Hey, Chris here. I thought the almighty internet might have some solution to my bizarre problem. Well, it's more of a situation than a problem. But I'm running out of time, and I'm running out of options. I think my grandmother is about to get killed. I mean, fuck, should I say get killed? Or die? I don't know anymore. I should explain. It's a weird predicament I'm in. But I love my grandma, and I want to save her, help her somehow. The problem is that where I live, this town, whenever someone is born, someone has to die. And it's not just being born. If you ever come inside the perimeters of my town, you will inevitably kill someone in here. I know it's crazy, but I swear it's how it works. Trust me, I have enough evidence of that. It's called my life. And trust me, there's a reason our town is in the middle of nowhere. There's a reason we have the insane number of rules we have. And well, there's a reason I'm explaining all of this to the internet, even though it's strictly forbidden by law here. You might be wondering why I'd be worried about my grandma specifically. Well, the thing is, I'm going to have a baby sister. And if you're following so far, I think you know what that means. Or maybe you don't. I should explain myself. Maybe it sounds simple, but it's not. So let me explain how things work in this hellhole I call home. So, like I said before, outsiders are forbidden to come here. We have no tourists, so don't even think of trying to find me, please. We don't want outsiders. I don't want to be responsible for. I don't want to cause any more trouble. We don't even let the people who carry our food and supplies to come in. It's all done with some weird, long mechanical tunnels. There are some basic rules around here. Having animals is not forbidden, but it's highly discouraged, and every animal has to be neutered. Anything from a parakeet to something bigger. Humans excluded, of course. I live with my mom, my dad, and then there's me and my grandma. We used to have a bird. Relevant part. Used to. But well, it was my fucking fault. I'm such an idiot. Let me illustrate how fucked up the situation is. When I was young, I found a dog astray outside the town's border. I was just a kid. I didn't consider it. I didn't consider the rules. I had some cheese on me and threw it at him. He, of course, started following me around. And I went home, all happy and glad I had a new friend. When I got home, my bird was on the ground. I don't think I need to explain what happened, besides how dumb and naive I was as a kid. My parents, though? Oh boy, I was never grounded so hard in my life. They were absolutely fuming. You know, the rules here are more like guidelines, and each family has to fend for themselves. I didn't just kill my bird that day. I almost killed someone from my family. Like, each family is on their own. When someone is born, usually the person who dies belongs to the family. When I was born, my other grandma from my dad's side died. When someone new comes to town, as rare as that is, it's more random. When I brought the dog, he kinda became part of the family. Animals are different. Sometimes they take another animal's place. Sometimes someone else's. That's why they're highly discouraged. Don't ask me how it works with bugs or worms or something. I have no idea. We still have that dog. I guess we have to. So yeah, this isn't just some quirky little fun scenario for me. It's quite literally life and death. That's why I'm scared. I know what's going to happen. Oh, and by the way, I'm not scared for myself. I know my grandma is next. The older you are in the family, the more likely you are to be picked. It's almost guaranteed. Otherwise, it would be total chaos. So yeah, that's why I can't even leave town. That's basically saying goodbye to my parents forever. Everyone in town has to stay, or we essentially get replaced. Which also means I can't really leave to take my grandma's place. Then I'd be gone forever. And maybe my grandma still dies. My sister is born and then some stranger takes my place. I love my family. I don't want to go, and I don't want to deprive them of their son. I don't want my sister to just replace me. But I want to save my grandma somehow, or at least find some loophole or something. That's why I'm asking for help. Maybe you don't believe me. Let me give you more proof. I told you already when I was born, my other grandma died. Everyone got upset in my family, but it's what's expected, I guess. Not my grandpa though. He fucking hated my guts after that. He was really rough with me. I remember him taunting and teasing me, saying one day he would have another kid and then I'd die. Or one time he took me to the border of town and kept pushing me near the line so that I was almost out. He kept yelling at me. "What are you scared of, huh? You pansy? Scared you're gonna fall?" God, I hated that man. The day he died was a joyous one for me. I know what you might be wondering. How did he die? He died of old age. We're not immortal here. That would be silly. The man was 95 years old and a chain smoker. That's not the bizarre part, however. There was a gruesome death in our town some years ago. A man had a girder hit him in the head and killed him straight off. I was one of the people who witnessed it. It fucked me up a lot. I remember being a kid and falling after seeing that. And I remember there was a little girl next to me. She couldn't have been more than 5 years old. She just came strolling by on a bicycle, not giving a shit that a man had just died. She just passed everyone and passed near me. I'll never forget what she said to me. "What are you scared of, you pansy? Scared another one is going to fall on you?" I'll never forget her squeaky voice as she rode off in her stupid red bike. I hated that kid. Oh, the man hit by the girder? That's a whole other story. Apparently everyone in town knew. The man who died, well, he cheated on his wife. And I'm pretty sure the day the kid was born, well, that's the day I saw the girder hit his head and take his lower jaw clean off. He died on the spot. But everyone around, everyone near him, they didn't care. No one cared. It was like karma. Like everyone was saying, you deserve it. Fucking hell. People in this town are brutal. You obviously can't just have kids. Not out of wedlock, and not out of city planning. Our version of Planned Parenthood is quite literally planned. You can't just have kids willy-nilly. There's rules. There's another story I recall of a man who did some, well, things I can't describe on the internet if I don't want it to get banned, to his daughter. As soon as the town found out, they hit him. Yes, we hit him. Well, not me. I was just a kid. But this place, there's something different about it. It's old. It's sacred. Harming someone else like that, it's like doing that crime times 100. That's what my mom used to say when I was a kid. If you harm someone in town, you're harming everyone. I'm not sure what that means, but at this point, I don't want to think about it too much. I want to retain some of my sanity. And that's not what's weird about that story. When I was older, some of the even older kids told me what else the adults did. Like when the man who was died, they say a stray dog walked into town. Fairly standard stuff, I guess. Thing is, the townspeople took that dog and killed it too. I hate violence towards animals, but they said they had this rage about them, like they knew something. Maybe there was something wrong about that dog. But it didn't end there. Once the dog died, a cat came to town. They killed it too. Then a possum, then a rat, a smaller mouse, a bird, and, well, that's it. That's as much as the older kids told me. They said one other thing that disturbed me a bit. They said afterwards they gathered together and ate every single animal they killed. Cooked, of course. Not that I'd have much interest in eating a cooked rat, I guess. I'm not really sure what happened after that day. Some people tell me that the town used to have 1,000 people before that. I heard other rumors that there's someone locked up, in the basement of the mayor's office, serving some punishment. I'm not sure. Even after I became an adult, they wouldn't say. It's a sort of town secret. It doesn't really matter, you get my drift. Now you understand what's the deal with this place. I'll leave you with one more story if you don't believe me. There was a car wash some years ago. Pretty nasty stuff. 10 people died. Big tragedy for us. I'm not sure I believe what they say. But I was told that day, a woman who was going to have a kid actually had quintuplets. The insane part is that she died. Right afterwards, 4 people wandered into town. They said they'd been lost in the woods for weeks. We took them in, and they became residents. One of them is a nice lady who makes the best pecan pies. You might be thinking, it's not 999 people anymore. Well, the thing is, I sort of lied. The initial report said 10 people died, but that's not true. 2 of them survived. If you call it surviving. Those people, those 2, what happened to them, their faces, their bodies, it's no way to live. It's like they're being forced to stay alive. I don't want to talk about them, to be honest. So now you understand what's at stake. If someone dies, someone has to take their place. And when someone is born, well, someone is going to die. Someone in the family. Wait, hold up. My mom is yelling for me. Update. I have to go to this hospital. I'll talk to you later. Edit. Hey guys, I guess I was too late. My mom's water broke, and the doctor said the baby is coming sooner than we expected. I seriously fucked up. I thought I had another month. It's been a few days, and I've talked to my grandma a lot in the meantime. I'm at the hospital writing this, waiting for my baby sister. At least my mom thinks it's a girl. I didn't mention this, but my mom is more traditional. She didn't get a lot of ultrasounds. She just let the baby develop naturally. I guess she's confident that the baby is fine. Makes sense in this town. I exhausted all other options. I'm scared about what's going to happen. My grandmother is at peace with what's to come. But it's just so fucking unfair. I really wish I could help her. Thanks for trying, guys, even though there was no time for suggestions. Wait, here comes the doctor now. He looks somewhat shocked. Why was he looking at me like that? I went to talk to the doctor. I can't believe this. I don't understand what's going on. My mom just had triplets. It started off small. My girlfriend Steph would forget little details, things we'd brought up in conversations before. She'd repeat her thoughts or ask me the same questions over and over again. When she started to forget what she was doing or why she was doing something, I convinced her to go to the doctor. She was embarrassed and didn't want to admit it, but even she knew something was wrong. The doctors said it was early onset dementia. I think Steph was scared that I was going to leave her after she got diagnosed. We were still young and she knew that I still had a whole life ahead of me. She never said it out loud, but I could see it in her behavior. She might not have remembered her diagnosis, but she could tell that she was losing herself, that something wasn't quite right. She'd spent nights sobbing in my arms about how she felt different, empty. I'll never forget the way she described it. It's like someone else is living my life and I have no clue what they do. That's when she began to push people away. Friends, family, pretty much anybody but me. Instead of working, reading, or painting like she used to, she'd remain curled up in bed, glued to her phone. For a while, it was fine. She was going through a hard time and I loved her. I wanted Steph to know that I wasn't going anywhere. After all, she was my girlfriend. When the doctor said there would be personality changes, it was fine. I thought that no matter how she changed, she would still be the Steph I fell in love with, that I would be able to see her true self even as things got worse. The real problems started a few months ago shortly after I got home from work. I'd just started preparing dinner when I got a text from Steph. "Come upstairs." I turned off the stove, realizing that I hadn't checked up on her as soon as I arrived home. It had been a long day at work and my mind was preoccupied. Drying my hands, I headed up to our bedroom, where I could usually find her. "Hey babe, what's up?" I asked. But Steph wasn't there. I searched around the room. I checked under the bed, in the closet, in the bathroom, but she was nowhere to be seen. "Where are you?" I texted back. It showed that she read the message, but she didn't respond. I checked her location on my phone, slightly concerned that she might have left the house. Once she'd been diagnosed, I made sure that I'd be able to see where she was at all times. Steph resisted initially, but deep down I think she knew it was for her own well-being. I spent the next few minutes searching around upstairs for her, but when I could no longer find her, I returned to the kitchen. Wherever she was, she would come out eventually. I froze. The stovetop was on again. I distinctly remember turning it off. "Steph?" I called out. She must have been here. Who else would have turned the stove on? But I heard nothing in response. I pulled my phone out again, zooming in closer on her location. Our icons were nearly overlapping. She couldn't have been more than a few feet away. I called her name again, but still I heard nothing. That's when I began frantically searching for her. Maybe she left the house and forgot her phone. That would be even worse. She'd have no way of calling for help. If I could just find her phone, then maybe I could track her down from there. I decided to call her, just to see where it was. That's when I heard the familiar tune coming from inside one of our cabinets, the one right next to our sink. What is she doing leaving it there? I froze. When I swung the cabinet door open, I was expecting to see the phone there. I thought maybe it had been sitting on the bottom with all the old sponges and cleaning supplies. I was not expecting to see Steph crammed inside the cabinet, all her limbs at odd angles. Her body was knotted and twisted in ways I'd never seen before. "Hi, James," Steph breathed out. It almost sounded like she was excited I found her, like it was some sort of game. Her glassy eyes stared past me, something she'd been doing much more frequently whenever she spoke to me. Her lips were upturned into a subtle smile. I was too baffled to move. Steph should not have been able to contort like this. Any grown adult would have been far too big to fit into a space like that. Yet, she showed no signs of pain, only enjoyment. I rushed forward, cupping her cheeks in my hands. Her head was bent at an odd angle, and a line of drool ran down her face. I quickly wiped it away. "Steph, what are you doing in there? Let's get you out." I reached for her arms as I guided her out of the cabinet, trying to hide the fear in my voice. Steph didn't protest as I worked her from the space, slowly undoing limb after limb. As we made progress, I could hear the cracks in her body from sitting uncomfortably for so long. But Steph didn't show any pain or emotion. This was worse than I thought. I'd have to call Dr. Yoshihara tonight about updating her prescription. I didn't say anything about how dangerous Steph was being, about how she could hurt herself. I was too horrified to speak. But Steph broke the silence first. "What's for dinner?" Her tone was so casual that it caught me off guard. It was as if nothing abnormal had even happened. Maybe she didn't remember. "I was going to make some chicken Alfredo, your favorite. Why don't you sit down on the couch for a bit? I can light up the fireplace so you're nice and cozy. A change of scenery from the bedroom might be nice." I didn't include that I wanted to keep an eye on her as well. Steph nodded and moved towards the couch. She grabbed one of the pillows, taking her seat in my spot. It was such a small detail, but it hit me like a truck. Steph's favorite spot on the couch was the rightmost part. She always said that it was more comfortable, that the stuffing of the cushions was softer there. She knew that I preferred the right-hand side, and they eventually ended up being our assigned sections of the couch. It was the first time I'd seen her sit on my side. I told myself it didn't matter, but it felt wrong. Steph loved the other side. "Steph, honey, why don't you sit on the other side of the couch? You always said you preferred it." "I like this side," she responded. Her eyes followed me, but I could see that she was looking past me. I didn't protest. It wasn't until a few weeks later, when I was sitting on the porch reading a book with Steph, when it happened again. Once Dr. Yoshihara adjusted her medication, I figured things would be better. It was a beautiful sunny day out, and I'd poured us both glasses of lemonade to sip on while I read one of her favorite novels to her. About 15 minutes in, Steph abruptly got up and walked into the house without saying a word. I figured she was going to use the bathroom, and decided to stay where I was to soak up a little more sun. About a minute went by before I received a text from her. "Can you come help me with something?" I closed my book and immediately went inside. The house was silent. Maybe she's in the bathroom? But when I checked, it was empty. "Where are you?" I texted back. "Come find me." My mind flashed back to the incident that occurred a few weeks ago. I thought of her knotted body inside the cabinet. No, Dr. Yoshihara upped her dosage. There's no way it could happen twice, right? But my gut told me otherwise. I began searching through every hiding spot I could imagine. I was beginning to give up. I swear I had searched the entire house, going through closets, cabinets, even under the bed. I was rooting through the linen closet when I heard a giggle from downstairs. It was soft. It sounded like Steph's old laugh. A door slammed shut. I whipped my head around and raced downstairs. My heart thumped as I once again thought of her crammed into the cabinet. This game was too dangerous to keep playing. It was only when I entered the kitchen that I saw it. The oven was on. My breath hitched in my throat as I made a beeline towards it. I knew I was going too fast, but it was as if time had warped every moment so that the seconds felt like minutes. Please, please don't let Steph be in there. My slick hands reached for the handle, yanking the oven door open as a warm blast of air met my face. And there she was, limbs tangled once again to fit inside the oven. I let out a yelp. There was no way she was able to do this alone. Steph's empty gaze once again met mine, a small smile on her face. She showed no signs of discomfort at the heat or her contortion. Her voice held a surprising amount of clarity for someone who was in a space they shouldn't have been able to fit in. "You found me." "Steph, what the hell are you doing in there?" I reached up to turn the oven off before turning my attention back to my girlfriend. Her eyes, once so beautiful to me, now looked empty. One of her legs wrapped around the base of her neck while her toes jutted out at strange angles. Her arms disappeared between the mass of legs and torso her body had become. She was completely folded over. Twice. Even a contortionist of Steph's size shouldn't be able to fit in there. How on earth did she do it? I tried to undo her tangled limbs, but there wasn't enough room. I would have to pull her out of the oven first. Oh God, I couldn't do that. I thought of her skin scraping against the metal rack. It was going to hurt. I didn't sign up to get my girlfriend out of a hot oven. The Steph I knew a year ago never would have done this. Who has she become? But there was no time to hesitate. I slowly pulled her out, making sure that I was handling her gently. But that same smile remained plastered on her face, with cracking joints that sent my heart racing. She began undoing the knots she had folded herself into as I pulled her out. I wanted to vomit. That night, I called Dr. Yoshihara and described the incident in detail. I hated that I was talking to Steph's doctor behind her back, but this wasn't normal. It was dangerous and fucking terrifying. But deep down inside, it wasn't just about Steph. I needed someone else to hear this madness.
I can tell this is taking a huge toll on you, James,
Dr. Yoshihara said. I just don't know what to do. I don't want Steph to hurt herself, but I can't watch over her every second.
Maybe it's time to consider getting some external support. Just hearing about these incidents makes me think that her mental capabilities have declined significantly. It may be outside of your ability to continue caring for her.
Her offer sounded tempting. I loved Steph, but it was exhausting having to re-explain things to her constantly, to watch her every move and tell her what she liked and didn't like. I didn't want to remind her of who she was anymore. It was like begging for the old Steph to come back. But she was dead. Long gone. Once she'd been diagnosed, Steph made me promise that I would take care of her, that she wouldn't end up in the hands of strangers or in a home. She'd read stories online about how they could abuse their patients. It scared her. I owed it to Steph to respect her wishes for as long as I possibly could. It's what the old her would have wanted. I'm sorry, doctor. I promised her I wouldn't.
I understand. You're a good boyfriend for respecting her wishes. But if it gets out of hand, there's resources available. Bring her into the office and we'll run a few more tests. But I can't say that much can be done about this sort of behavior without professionals.
Over the next few months, I began to keep a closer eye on Steph. Her disappearance became more frequent. Whenever she could, Steph would slip out of my sight and send me a message prompting me to find her. She preferred small spaces. The smaller, the better. I'd catch her trying to climb into the vents, sinks, and even the laundry machine one time. Each time was more terrifying than the last, not because of where she was hiding, but because of what could have happened. Her luck would run out eventually, and one wrong move would leave her dead. Maybe she'd cut herself or break a rib by hiding in a place too small and puncture her lung. I didn't know what was coming, but I knew it was getting out of control. It felt like I was betraying her when I finally decided to reach out to assisted living facilities. But I'd done everything in my power to keep her safe, and I just couldn't take it anymore. I was exhausted. I knew I would be giving up a portion of my life to take care of Steph when she was diagnosed. But it was taking a huge toll on me. I was fired when I could no longer go to the office to work. I never called my parents and not declined invitations to go out with friends. I couldn't sleep without waking up to see if Steph was still beside me. Every moment of my life revolved around making sure that Steph wouldn't hurt herself, ultimately distancing me from the people I needed most. It was a humid summer day when Steph went missing. I had spent all day looking at different facilities trying to find the perfect place for her. One place in particular piqued my interest. It was close to here. The building looked clean and well maintained, and there were professionals on standby 24/7. I'd given them a call during the day, but they hadn't picked up. That night, Steph and I ate dinner in silence. She would barely eat. I'd made chicken Alfredo again, hoping it would spark her appetite. But I don't think she liked it anymore. I watched as she took slow bites, a vacant expression on her face as she chewed. Steph used to devour this dish when we first started dating. She always said that it tasted better than any restaurants, and I'd respond that it was because it was made with extra love. I was just about to ask her how the food was when my phone rang. It was the facility I'd called earlier. I excused myself from the table and stepped out onto the patio, making sure that I could still see her through the windows as I picked up the call. I explained the situation to them and inquired about the pricing. I swear, I didn't look away for more than a few seconds. But when I looked up again, Steph was no longer sitting at the dinner table. Terrified, I hung up quickly. saying I'd call them back as soon as I dealt with an urgent matter. My phone dinged. Come find me. I scoured the entire house multiple times. Calls and texts stopped going through, and I could no longer see her location on my phone. After I spent hours looking through every crack and crevice in the building, I finally decided to call the police. They checked every inch of the house from top to bottom. They searched all of the spots she used to visit before she was diagnosed with dementia, even her childhood home. But nobody was able to find her. Friends and family joined in on the search, just as distraught as I was. I never had the heart to tell anybody outside of the police about the places she'd been hiding before she went missing. I knew it was an important detail, but I wanted her to be remembered as the beautiful Steph that I'd fallen in love with, not an empty shell that liked to twist her way into dangerous places. It's been around 2 weeks since Steph went missing, and a weird stench has begun to permeate through the house, like rotten meat. Ever since the smell got worse, I haven't been able to bring myself to find her. I knew she was there, inside the house, because Steph refused to leave as her condition worsened. I knew she was in the living room because that's where it smelled the worst. And now, I know she's in the chimney, because that's where the maggots keep coming from. Nobody ever checked the chimney, but I'm scared. Too scared to see the infested remains of the person I once loved more than anything in the world. I'm too scared to think about what was going through her mind as she decided to stay there until her last breath. And I'm even more scared now, after receiving a text from her. Hello, James. Come find me. Come find me. Come find me. I'm starting to think it's something worse than dementia.
Today, I'm struggling to write this all down. It makes me feel incredibly uncomfortable that I'm the one that has to suggest that what I'm about to tell you might actually be happening. It's very hard not to panic. My mind is overloaded with information that I do not understand the meaning behind, only the consequences of. And those consequences, whether they are happening or not, are terrifying. I know I need to stay calm, as there are still many questions to be answered. Before I lose my mind over what this could all mean, I must remember that there is still a chance that something else is behind all this. Maybe it is simply miscalculations, misunderstandings, possibly even corruption. Whatever it could be, would be better than what it seems to be. I'll start at the beginning, so I can clear my head. I'll try and push past what I'm feeling right now, so I can explain it properly to you. Then, I need to get back out there and figure this whole thing out. It was another long night, roaming the streets of the city. However, this time it paid off, because in the early hours of the morning, I watched a lone hooded figure painting a new message on the side of yet another historical building. From the stance and height, I was sure they were male. I caught him halfway through the piece, so I watched from the other side of the road. It was fascinating actually, watching the mysterious artist at work. The ease in which he painted such beautiful but chillingly styled letters was extremely impressive. He wore a black hoodie and black trousers, not unlike how I myself was dressed in my attempt to blend into the shadows. After 20 minutes, he stepped back to admire his work. It read, "The unseen explosion could lead us to the end." I approached the artist quietly. "I watched you do that," I said, purposefully nonchalantly. He physically jumped, then spun around, his hood slipping off his head.
I recognized him immediately, even though he was dressed much more casually than the previous time I had seen him. That mass of black hair, the wide eyes. It was the young man I had heard arguing with his father outside the biometric center. You, who are you? He spluttered, his eyes flashing from shocked to defiant, ready to argue. I held my hands up to signal I wasn't there to attack him, and he shut his mouth. I'm Haley Bennett. I'm a local writer. Your art has been rather beautiful, by the way. I quickly changed the subject so he wouldn't think too much about my occupation. Is all this about LaRue? I asked, keeping my tone relaxed but confident, wanting to give him the impression that I knew what he had been trying to convey. I didn't. The mention of the CEO of the private space company didn't relax him though. Are you working with LaRue? He whispered, his head whipping from side to side as he looked around to see if anybody was watching us. I looked too and saw a car parked down the street that hadn't been there 10 minutes before. Maybe he was right to be nervous. No, I'm not working with him. He's working against me, I think. Listen, shall we go get a drink? I think we could help each other out. It was a bluff, because I probably wasn't capable of anything that could help him. However, I knew that this young man could hold the answers to everything I'd been trying to uncover. He was still looking around, as though he was expecting somebody to jump out at any moment. I heard the rumble of an engine and knew that the car down the road was either going to approach us or simply drive past us any second. It was time to act. I know a quiet bar where we won't be overheard, and I think we should leave right away. He nodded, so I grabbed his arm and jogged into the grounds of the building he had just painted on. After cutting through, I took us down some side streets, just in case the car was indeed looking for us. Then I led him through the back entrance of the bar. I told him to sit in a corner booth that I knew from experience was well hidden from sight, and I went to the bar and ordered us both expensive double whiskeys. In my pocket, I clicked my dictaphone on to record and took out my notepad so I could reference it. Here's the beginning of the transcribed conversation. Here, drink this. It'll take the edge off a little. What's your name? Nolan. You seem nervous. I just want you to know that I have nothing to do with LaRue. Well, not through choice at least. I'm investigating some things that have been going around the city. I just want to know the truth. What makes you think I know the truth? How about we start with your messages? When the pound drops, it has begun. The children of the rich will be taken first. The unseen explosion will lead us to the end. They're poetic. Are you a lit student here? Or art? I'm about to start my maths masters. Surprising. Wouldn't it have been more fitting to have written them in equations then? I'm not sure you're taking this seriously. I have no intention of allowing you to waste my time. No, I'm sorry. I was just trying to lighten the mood a little. Listen, why don't I tell you a bit about myself first? You already know that my name is Haley Bennett. I'm a local freelance journalist. Don't wins. I've had my work blocked for the past week, and I know that something big is happening. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of what it is. I think you can rest assured that anything you tell me isn't going anywhere, because I seem to have attracted the wrath of Christopher LaRue. I think he's the one stopping all of this from coming out. Why don't you tell me a bit about yourself? The whiskey seemed to be helping put Nolan at ease a little, because he explained to me that he was an aspiring artist who had been pushed into mathematics by his father, an incredibly wealthy and successful economic risk analyst. Nolan seemed sweet. He was a very gentle young man who was articulate but not condescending, like many of the rich kids in the city are. I could tell he wasn't ready to open up about his messages yet, so I went out on a limb and shared everything I had discovered so far. I told him about Professor Gardner potentially witnessing something unknown in the night sky, and I explained what he had revealed to me about his theory. I told Nolan about his unexpected death and about the ketamine I had detected from the professor's bottle report. Sharing everything was a risk, I know that. However, I needed to let him know that I wasn't working with whoever he seemed to be rebelling against. He listened to my story intensely, nodding here and there. His eyes were sympathetic and thoughtful. He was quiet for a long time after, and I could tell that he was piecing his own puzzle together. So I let him think. Before long, he opened up. I could tell by the way it all spilled out of him that he had been desperate to share what he knew, and I hoped I could be an ally to him, as he clearly needed one. I'm not going to directly transcribe my recording from here, because it needs context. Rest assured that it is accurate though. Nolan took a deep breath and let it all out. I don't know the full ins and outs. What you've told me makes some sense to me. It's hard because Father doesn't tell me everything, so I have limited understanding myself. You are correct though. Something huge is going on. Father, works for Christopher LaRue. Closely. If you know the sort of man that LaRue is, then my father working so closely to him should tell you the sort of man that he is. The engineers at BOS have been designing a spaceship. I don't really know much about it, but it's all very secretive. But I do know it was originally designed to ensure mankind could survive climate change. From what I've picked up, mass amounts of these ships were to build over the next 50 years. The aim was to leave the planet for greener pastures, I suppose. Then, something happened recently that caused a huge number of the scientific community to congregate, and simultaneously, BOS have gone into overdrive. They've stopped all other developments and are purely focusing on this ship. Father probably knows the full details, but he hasn't told me. I don't think he trusts me entirely. I'm somewhat of a disappointment to him. I do know, though, that whatever is happening is going to result in a devastating shift in the economy. A major crash. And LaRue will profit from the whole thing. So, I said, glad to have some of the mystery becoming clearer. When the pound drops, it has begun. But what will have begun, Nolan? He shrugged, clearly frustrated. I don't have all the answers. They're out there, but I don't have total access to the information. I just know there are going to be some huge shifts in the economy before whatever it is that they have planned is put into action. If they crash the economy, then it will be as devastating for people as whatever it is that's making them think we need to leave the planet. Food shortages, power outages, water stoppages. I don't need to explain to you what that would lead to. Because I was recording, I decided to keep pushing rather than pause to think about everything it was telling me. Your next message. The children of the rich will be taken first. Well, again, I don't know the full details. I'll explain the best I can. I have a lot of rich friends. Well, friends probably isn't the right term. I went to the best public school in the United Kingdom, so I grew up with the most privileged people in the entire country. I didn't really get on with most of them, but I am extremely close to one of the boys I went to school with. He means a lot to me. But he's leaving soon. Nolan paused for a long time. Then, I could see that he was extremely emotional about the subject. So I went to the bar and gave him the chance to take a moment for himself. I ordered more whiskey, not to get the kid drunk, but because this was a conversation that required strong alcohol. When I took it back to him, his eyes were red, but he was composed. My friend is leaving, indefinitely, he told me. I didn't quite get what he meant. Can you explain more? Do you mean that your friend is moving to another country? He shook his head. I don't know. It's all such a big mess. He doesn't even know where he's going. All we understand is that he and his sister will be kept from contacting anyone until BOS launch whatever it is they have up their sleeve. We don't know when that is, but we do know that he won't have contact with anyone until then. Not even his parents. Ben and his sisters aren't the only ones either. Others will be joining them. We don't know who or how many, but whatever the reason behind it, it is so secretive that his parents hadn't given him any information. Ben and I think that they must have signed agreements that will be void if they speak out. But to genuinely stop them from speaking out to their own children,
means that the consequences of doing so must be dire, surely.
Nolan took a deep breath before continuing.
I do have a theory, of course. I believe that BOS are selling tickets onto the ships they are building, that the children of the wealthy will be kept on the ground until the time comes. The urgency of the situation, the speed of which things have progressed, it suggests to me that these tickets are scarce, because although the tech is there to build the ships, the time and money isn't. I think something is coming soon.
I remember the chalkboard in the theater with the absurd total on it.
I saw something that suggested 320 billion pounds.
I told him. He frowned.
That's an impossible amount of money. That would absolutely crash the economy. If this is right, then they couldn't crash the economy and then build the ship. It wouldn't work.
I was out of my depth, but I threw a theory of my own out.
Perhaps they could have taken down payments, deposits, take those paid for into hiding until the final sum is required. Maybe that's why Ben's parents are keeping quiet. What if they lost their places if they told anyone?
Nolan was quiet for a minute.
I'm not sure. I just can't see how it would all work without crashing the economy immediately. I do know that I'm very suspicious about the whole thing though. Ben leaves tomorrow, and as it stands, we have no idea when we might see each other again. He is being collected from Oxford. One thing that surprises me is that I'm not joining him. Father might dislike me, but if there's a way out, he wouldn't leave me behind. I suppose that leads me to your final message.
I said.
The unseen explosion will lead us to the end. What does it mean?
Nolan considered his answer.
Up until this evening, I didn't think this could really be possible. I know, I've tried to speak out, but I don't think I really believed what I wrote tonight. Some of the information you've given me though, it confirms something I read this week. Haley, what do you know about gamma ray bursts? Nothing.
I answered immediately.
I don't have a clue what they are.
Nolan pulled his phone out.
Look at this.
He showed me a picture on his phone of the following email. H. Gardner is a problem. If he speaks out in the state he's in, the project credibility will be at risk. I want an estimation of the financial damage it could cause. If it's above what we previously discussed, then get in touch with Madden and tell her to find a way to deal with it before I do. L. I asked him if I could take a picture of it, which he agreed to.
Is L LaRue? And who is H?
I asked.
Yes, it's LaRue, and H is my father. My surname is Holden. My father is Dennis Holden. L and H, how very encryptive of them. He actually left his laptop open in his hotel room, here in the city. Can you believe that? I was looking for information on where Ben was going, but this was the only email that made any sense to me. I looked up Gardner after I read it. I know that he is an expert on gamma ray bursts. It was, I suppose, his specialist field. His theory was to do with patterns in detectable gamma ray bursts being a prediction of future ones. I've read some of his papers, and they are phenomenal. The statistics are so low though. When I looked them up, I wasn't entirely certain that the person I read about was the person the ruined father was referring to. But after what you've told me tonight, I think we can both agree that it's the same Gardner. Admittedly, I don't know anything about this discovery you're saying he made. The one you reported on. I do know though, that in March there was a congregation of senior mathematicians and scientists at the
Redacted.
Observatory in
Country. Redacted.
It was kept very quiet, but whispers did get out because one of the lecturers here attended it and it went on for an entire month, so his students had a substitute professor. There were no students or juniors invited, from what we could tell, which is very odd. Such an important conference, but they don't invite those they are training? Extremely strange indeed. From what I can gather, it was only top-level mathematicians and very high-up scientists. If Professor Gardner made a discovery here in the city, then why would he go to...
Country redacted. I asked.
What does that have to do with anything? The telescope here is old. It's excellent, but in modern day standards, it isn't the best by far. Maybe Gardner might have been able to detect something special by using it. One of the patterns he had theorized about for so long, for example. I suppose to him, his studies were like the back of his hand. But if whatever he saw was significant enough, then all of those brought in to research it further would have needed a much more powerful telescope.
Redacted.
Observatory is one of the best in the world.
The information overload was giving me a headache.
Can you spell this out for me, Nolan? Can you tell me exactly what you think is happening?
He shook his head, holding his hand up.
There is no exactly situation here. I can only theorize with the information you've given me. However, it seems that if what you told me is true, combined with what I already know, then I am able to present a theory. I believe that Gardner may have seen a pattern that night in March that enabled him to predict, accurately in his opinion, that a gamma ray burst will reach Earth. We're all going to burn, he told me.
I muttered. Nolan smiled slightly.
Well, that was a little bit dramatic of him, perhaps. It's true that, in the event of a powerful gamma ray burst reaching Earth, then the ozone layer would likely be destroyed, meaning the sun's ultraviolet rays would be hitting us directly. No protection from them would cause all sorts of problems. But ultimately, the main damage caused will be the death of plankton in the ocean.
I frowned.
Plankton? As in algae at the bottom of the sea? Why on earth would that be the main problem? Wouldn't we fry slowly? Or get skin cancer or something? Photosynthetic plankton are the beginning of the food chain. They are responsible for oxygen. Skin cancer would take time to kill, but if photosynthetic plankton was destroyed, which it would be, then it would cause total extinction within months.
I paused for a moment, trying to regain myself.
I'm sorry, Nolan, but I still don't understand. If this is true, then why would it be kept so quiet? Why wouldn't the experts speak out? Wouldn't the entire world be better off working together to try and find a solution, rather than a very elite few?
Nolan looked confused.
I don't know. That aspect of this entire nonsense is the hardest to believe. But if my father is involved, then something corrupt is going on with money. Maybe the people who are working on this are being paid to stay silent.
I shook my head disbelievingly.
So, the world's best mathematicians and scientists are being paid off to keep the end of the world secret? That doesn't seem at all likely. There would have to be more behind it. I agree, Haley. There's more going on here. There has to be. We can't truly be about to go extinct, can we? The science may appear to point towards it, but the mathematician in me knows the chances of it actually happening are so unlikely. Without more information, it's hard for me to truly worry about anything other than finding out where they are taking Ben. And the others, of course. What if they've made a mistake, and they're about to put them all into hiding for ages, for no reason? How can I stop it? I don't know what to do. Do you think you can help me figure this out?
I found it strange that he thought I would be capable of helping him at all. Now that I had shared everything with him, I didn't know any more than he did. Perhaps, though, he simply didn't want to hold the burden of this investigation on his own. I could relate to that.
I don't know what help I can possibly be.
I told him honestly.
I don't understand a quarter of what you're saying to me. Yet, you had already discovered so much.
He interrupted.
It was all your answers that enabled me to put all of mine together. You might not know the language, but you have a translator. Please, can you help me stop them from taking Ben away from me?
Nolan's love for his friend was clear, and usually I would have forced someone in his position to step away from something they were so emotionally wrapped up in. He was right though. He was a translator for me. He had already been able to explain more than I would have ever thought I would be capable of understanding. I was scared investigating this alone too. Together, maybe we could break this whole thing. So, I agreed to help him. I surprised myself when I managed to form a plan, despite the overwhelming amount of information I had to process. I'll explain to you what we are going to do. Ben is due to be collected from his college in Oxford tomorrow. We don't know very much about it, but we do know that he is going from his college to a top secret destination, where he will remain for the foreseeable future. We can't go all undercover police officer and drive behind, because it is near on impossible to genuinely follow someone in that way undetected. We would either be spotted or we'd lose him. Instead, we're going to try something that may well not work. The only way I could think to give us the best chance of finding where Ben is being taken to is to plant a tracker on whatever vehicle collects him. Together, Nolan and I are going to Oxford tomorrow morning. I've instructed him to make a scene, and then I'm going to slip a simple vehicle tracker on Ben's transport. I will link it up to my GPS. We'll wait a while, then we'll go after them. In theory, it sounds simple. In practice, there are a lot of things that could go wrong. If, for example, Ben is being taken out of the country, then we'll lose him when they reach an airport. If I get caught trying to plant the device, then who knows what will happen. But I can't sit back and do nothing, partly because of Nolan's desperation to try and reach his friend. I want to help him, but also because I am rather desperate myself. I want so much for this entire thing to be a mistake. I just can't fathom the enormity of it all. I want to complete the puzzle, and I want to find out that it's all some financial scam or a huge misunderstanding or something. Anything but a gamma ray burst that'll hit Earth. Because if it is a gamma ray burst, then Professor Gardner was right. The end of the world is imminent. We're all going to burn. I'll update when I know more. I didn't sleep well last night. How could I, after my conversation with Nolan? I was up late, glued to my laptop, as I researched everything I could about gamma ray bursts. When I was finally able to drift off, I had a horrendous nightmare about death rays and the end of the planet. When I woke, my mind was still reeling from everything. I sent an email to Dr. Madden. I asked to meet and designed the email as one that would draw attention. Subject: bright lights and spaceships. I was reluctant to discuss anything with her after everything that happened last time we spoken. However, I need more answers. The time came to meet Nolan for a road trip to Oxford, and my brain was in full overload. I couldn't make sense of the multiple public theories I had read about, let alone the extra information that only I, you, and an elite few are aware of. Nolan and I met at a cafe, ordering coffees before we planned to set off. As soon as the waiter left our table, an awkward silence descended upon us. I decided to fill it by addressing what was, in my opinion, the elephant in the room. So, Nolan, what actually is a gamma ray burst? He laughed, not unkindly. I suppose I didn't spell it out particularly well last night, did I? Shall I give it another go? Do we have time? I checked my watch and nodded. He took a sip of his coffee. A gamma ray burst is an incredibly intense explosion of radiation. It's largely believed to occur when two collapsing stars collide. It presents as a very large and dangerous beam that can cause a lot of destruction to anything sensitive in its path. Earth, for example, is particularly sensitive. Well, life on Earth is particularly sensitive, I should say. I decided to test what I thought I had learned last night. Am I correct in thinking that, in order for a gamma ray burst to actually hit Earth, the situation would have to be very exact, incredibly specific positioning of a star system that is in the last phases of its life, like WR10 something? Nolan raised his eyebrows at me, impressed with my name drop. WR104, you mean? Nice. So in the instance of a WR104, we have two stars that are locked in a binary orbit. One of those stars is a Wolf-Rayet star. End of its life, about to go supernova. And the collision of the two stars will create a black hole? I offered. Spot on, Haley. What you have just described will definitely happen. The question is, when will it happen? I checked my watch and saw that it was time to make a move. Let's pick this up later. If we want to beat rush hour, we need to get going. I signaled for the bill and got ready for the next phase of the investigation. The road trip to Oxford. A couple of hours later, we arrived at a luxury apartment complex where Ben lived. I parked in a public car park down the road. We could see the front of the complex and the road in front of it, as it was on the main route to the colleges of Oxford University, where Ben apparently studied politics and international relations. There was a fair bit of traffic and plenty of tourists on the pavements. I couldn't believe that a student needed to live in such luxury. There was certainly no box room in student halls for Ben. Nolan told me that Ben's father had bought the flat when Ben was 14, in preparation for him studying at Oxford. In a few years, it would be used by his younger sister, Lottie. When I suggested that she might not want to go to Oxford, Nolan laughed and told me it didn't work that way. We had 2 hours to kill before Ben was due to be collected by persons unknown, to be taken to destination unknown. We decided to just wait in the car, in case something unexpected happened. I can't say I was hopeful that our plan to plan a tracker would work, because there were just too many variables that could alter the course of events. Plus, it seemed a bit too James Bond. As the clock ticked closer to Ben's mystery departure time, I could tell that Nolan was itching to see him. I got so irritated by his constant shuffling and heavy breathing, I suggested he went up and said a quick goodbye. Nolan shook his head sadly. He explained that Ben's parents were in town, wanting to spend some quality time with him and Lottie before they left. Ben's father had some huge problems with Nolan, so he and Ben hadn't been able to see each other. I didn't press for details, popping on the radio and waiting for time to pass. Shortly before we needed to be ready for action, I asked Nolan what his plan was for the big distraction. I could tell by the constant tapping of his foot that he was getting more and more nervous. "I'm not entirely sure yet," he told me. "I'm hoping it comes to me at the time." I felt slight irritation at his lack of preparation, but I let it be. Right on time, an expensive minibus with blacked out windows pulled up outside the apartments. I saw a traffic warden waddle over as soon as they saw it park. Whoever was in the driver's seat must have shown some sort of pass though, because the traffic warden waddled back the way he came from, leaving the minibus as it was. The privacy glass meant that I couldn't tell if there was anyone inside the bus other than a driver, which posed a problem. There could be a van load of people looking out at me while I was trying to attach a tracker. "You're going to need to do well with this distraction," I told Nolan. "When Ben comes outside, go straight out and do your thing. Do not look back at me, do not even think about me. Get it in your head that I do not exist. Do whatever you can for 10 minutes or so. Then go and find something to do around Oxford. We'll meet back at the car in 3 hours." Nolan didn't question me. I think he was too nervous to speak. I noticed that he looked in the vanity mirror to check his hair while we waited for Ben to appear. It felt like forever, but in reality, it was only 15 minutes later that we watched a blonde-haired young man around the same age as Nolan walking out of the building. I didn't need to ask if this was Ben, because Nolan gasped and tensed up beside me. A young girl stomped out behind him. "That's Lottie," Nolan muttered, his voice shaking slightly. "His little sister." Ben and Lottie stood in the small courtyard of the building until 2 of the security men who had been at the theater emerged from the building, pulling along suitcases. A gray steel one that assumed to be Ben's, and a pink one covered in stickers of horses and boy band members. I was surprised to see that the security men must have already been inside with them. Had they been under protection all this time? An older man and woman, presumably the parents, came next. The woman looked solemn, and I felt sorry for her. The man looked entitled and uncaring. I already disliked him. "Okay, Nolan, I think it's time to do this. Good luck." Nolan didn't respond, instead just slipping out of the car quietly. Then
he was running up to them. And I watched Ben's face light up with absolute joy and confusion as he spotted him, whilst his dad's face turned red as gammon. I fought the urge to laugh, wishing I could enjoy the commotion Nolan was about to cause. But I forced my attention away from them. I had my own job to do. I tied back my hair, slipped a baseball cap on my head, and then put on a large pair of sunglasses. I didn't know who was watching, so I didn't want to risk being recognized anywhere near Nolan. Glancing in the mirror, I confirmed that I was disguised well enough. I took a deep breath and put my phone in my hand. It was time to go. I waltzed towards the minibus, trying to blend in with the busy tourists that walked along the pavement. I forced myself to ignore whatever was going on ahead, which I found rather hard. I could hear Nolan emotionally shouting, "Why do you think you have the right to dictate our lives?" The commotion it was causing had made passersby stop and stare, and that was perfect, because I knew that it meant anyone watching out of the van would be focused on the courtyard rather than me. By the time I was slightly behind the back end of the minibus, I was too hyped up to listen to the scene. Blood rushed through my ears as I looked out for traffic before feeling across the road. As I stepped off the curb, I allowed my phone to slide out of my hands onto the concrete beneath me. It fell with a bounce, slipping underneath the minibus, which was exactly what I wanted. I bent down as though to pick it up, crouching behind the van. I slipped the tracker out of my jacket pocket and tried to clip it onto the bumper of the vehicle as quickly as I could. My hands were sweaty and a little shaky, so I kept sliding onto the ground with a small thud. Panic overtook as I tried a third time to attach it. I was sure that I would have to give up and tell Nolan that I just couldn't do it. However, to my relief, I suddenly felt the click under my hand that told me the tracker was finally attached. I almost punched the air with triumph. But then I heard a van door slide open and a shadow fell beside me. My heart leapt into my throat. I expected to feel the rough grab of one of the security men, and I tensed my shoulders, ready for it. I heard footsteps walking away from me, towards shouting in the courtyard. With Nolan clearly doing a fantastic job at distraction, I swiftly grabbed my phone, stood up, and walked away. I made myself at home in an old second-hand bookstore, curling up in an armchair in the corner with a book for cover. I urgently loaded up the app that would tell me if the tracker was working. To my absolute joy and surprise, I saw a moving green dot. It had worked. By the time Nolan and I met at the car, the app showed that the van had stopped several times but was heading up the motorway. And so, we set out on yet another road trip. One that would take us several hours. We were heading north. Nolan was quiet. It was clear to me that he was upset after the argument with Ben's dad. Small talk wasn't distracting him. So I took the opportunity to dig a little further into everything I was trying to understand. This binary pinwheel, I started, hoping I could suck him into a conversation about science. When the stars do eventually collide, do we know for certain that they will release a gamma ray burst that will hit Earth? There's no certainty, no definite answer. I said this last night. For a start, the collision might not even result in a gamma ray burst, from what I understand. What's all the worry about then? Everything I had read about the end of W104 pointed towards a simultaneous end to Earth, so this knowledge surprised me. Nolan considered his answer for a moment. If a gamma ray burst occurred from W104, then it is predicted to be up to 20 degrees in diameter. And if the star was facing Earth pole on, then we would be in direct line of this ray. However, if the polar inclination was 30 degrees, Earth would not be hit. Does that make sense? I think so. I wish Nolan hadn't started talking numbers, but I was glad he was finally talking. Is the star facing Earth directly then? The original discovery of WR104 suggested that the polar inclination to Earth was 10 to 15 degrees. In that case, with a ray of 20 degrees, then Earth would indeed be hit. Technology improves every day though, and later pictures by telescopes have suggested that the polar inclination is actually 30 to 40 degrees.
So we wouldn't be hit? I asked. Nolan frowned. Seemingly not. There are many scientists who refuse to let go of the initial measurements though. Debate has been ongoing about whether a burst will be released, and if it is, whether it will hit us or not. I suppose, I pondered, that an important question to ask is, when are the stars of W104 supposed to collide? Nolan paused for a minute. Well, it could be tomorrow. Don't gasp like that. It could also be in 500,000 years. But it could be tomorrow? Or it could be in 500,000 years, Haley. We lay off the heavy subjects for a while, chatting about this and that, until Nolan noticed that the dot on the app that we were following had come to a stop. He looked up the area on my phone and saw that it was an ex-military base in Scotland that had been closed for a decade. For the next few hours, we chatted about what might be there. As we entered Scotland, the weather took a turn for the worst. Thick grey clouds forced me to put on the headlights, and heavy raindrops splattered on the windscreen. After a very long drive, we finally made it to our destination. And that is where we sit now, waiting. For what? We aren't sure. It's clear that it's a military base. It's a very large field, surprisingly flat for the highlands, surrounded by 10-foot-high metal fences that are topped with thick barbed wire. The fences are shiny metal, not rusted like you might expect from a decade-old barricade. No, I suspect they were fitted recently. There aren't watchposts or soldiers or anything that suggests any sort of presence. It is clear that nobody expected someone might stumble across this place and want to know what's going on. Inside the field, the minibus is parked next to what looks like 3 long concrete barracks. They have no windows, so no light is emitted from inside. As it becomes dark, the buildings are fading from our vision. Parked outside are 3 minibus, all identical. One of them is the one that brought Ben and Lottie here. Does whoever is behind all this seriously intend on holding the children of the rich here for the foreseeable future? People who are used to being waited on to have anything they want, let alone everything they need. It seems unlikely. There's absolutely nothing here. Just 3 ominous buildings. The nearest town is 40 miles away. But I feel that's irrelevant because nobody is getting out of this lockdown area anyway. There's a mechanical gate, we think, but we haven't seen it open. Surely, you can't just lock people in a concrete prison and leave them to go mad. It doesn't make sense. We decided to wait here, because there has to be something to witness. Thankfully, I packed my rucksack full of snacks, and there are blankets in my boot. It's already cold, and I can't leave the heating on, or else my battery might die. Something tells me we don't want to get stuck out here. Nolan is dozing off in the passenger seat. Or maybe he's just pretending to. I don't mind. It gives me a chance to write this up and think about everything. The wind is picking up out there, and it's dark now. My legs are cramping from sitting in the same position for so long. So I'll think I will take a walk. It'll help clear my head a little. 10:30 p.m. There were screams traveling in the wind from the direction of the concrete buildings. Real screams. Human screams. They were full of absolute terror, and there were so many of them. Even over the wind roaring, I could still hear people shrieking. At first, I thought it must be my imagination warping the sound of the Scotland gales. So I woke Nolan and dragged him out of the car. I watched his face pale, and I knew he could hear them too. We stood there together, listening to the wails of devastation and pain. Then, everything but the wind stopped. Nolan is losing it. I think he's going to do something stupid. For now, I've managed to drag him back into the car while we try and decide what to do next. What is going on inside those concrete buildings? I'm not sure I want to know anymore. The screams we had heard outside were still ringing in my ears. I knew they'd haunt me for a long time. It wasn't clear what had caused them, but the only place they could have come from was the military base. There was nothing else around here. I couldn't keep Nolan inside the car for long. He was becoming hysterical, and being trapped in such a small area was making him panic. When I suggested to have a look around, he jumped out and ran towards the fence. "Nolan!" I shouted over the wind, running to catch up with him. "Let's stick together, we don't know what's going on." He bashed his fist against the fence in frustration and shouted Ben's name, the wind carrying it behind us instead of towards the concrete buildings. We walked next to the fence for half a mile, but there were no gaps, no small gates, no way in. He finally let me guide him back to the car. We were soaked through from the rain, and both sat there shivering. I waited until Nolan's breath had slowed, then tried to get through to him gently. "What I think we need to do is wait until someone leaves. It'll give us some information." "What were those screams, Haley?" His voice was full of desperation. "Was it Ben? And Lottie? Why were they in so much pain?" I wished I had answers for him. I don't know. Honestly, they were so loud, I just can't understand what was going on. Nolan started to cry quietly beside me. I too was incredibly overwhelmed by what a horrible night it had been. Little did I know, things were about to get a lot worse. It came through the vents of the car, a smell that I knew instantly, a smell that took me back to my childhood. Suddenly, I was walking outside the crematorium after my granddad's funeral. My mother's high heels clicking on the path next to me. My dad holding my hand tightly. I didn't notice the scent straight away. It was such an ingrained smell of the background that it wasn't until it hit the back of my throat that I knew something was off. It was sweet and sickly, though not entirely unpleasant. There was something grossly wrong about it too. I'd sniffed loudly, rudely I suppose. Then I asked my mom what the horrible smell was. She had shot me a look that told me to shut up, and my dad had squeezed my hand sharply. Back then, it had taken me a moment to realize that the source of the smell was the burning corpses from within the crematorium. Maybe not my granddad's, not yet, but others. This time, sat outside those barracks in Scotland, I knew that horrible smell as soon as it infiltrated the air of the car. I held my breath and twisted out of my seat as quickly as I could, hoping for the fresh air of the Highlands. I had to get away from it because I couldn't cope with confronting what it meant. I ran a little up the path until finally I had to breathe in. To my horror, the smell was even stronger outside the car. My mouth watered excessively as my whole body was repulsed. "Ailey, what's wrong?" Nolan had followed me. I looked at him for a moment, watching his expression turn to one of puzzlement as it hit him. Was that smell? I did cry then. And like my mother's sharp look, like my father's squeeze of my hand, my tears triggered Nolan's realization. Eyes wide, he looked towards the concrete buildings, but it was so dark out there that he was just looking into darkness. "What have they done to them?" He wailed, his hands yanking at his hair. "What have they done to my Ben?" I couldn't answer him, so instead, I gripped him tightly to me and let him sob into my arms. "Nolan," I croaked. He didn't answer me. Perhaps because he couldn't. But this was important. "Nolan, please, look." There were lights coming from the direction of the building, not from inside the building. We already knew there were no windows. No. These were headlights, 3 sets of them. I'll make them take me to Ben." Nolan gasped. He pulled away from me, about to run towards the gate. I put my hands firmly on his face and forced him to look at me. "What do you think they will do?" I hissed. "You're not stupid, so don't act like it. If we assume the worst here." His face crumpled, but I ignored it, gripping him tighter. "If they are dead, then they are gone. You running up to it will only get you killed too." "I don't want to be here if Ben isn't." His voice crumpled. "And what if he is here? What if he's locked in there and that smell is something else? You running up will only mean that they'll cut us off from investigating this further. Right now, we have a chance to get to the bottom of this. Whatever the outcome, we have to find out. For Ben, for Lottie. Get in the car, Nolan. Please." I almost collapsed with relief when he nodded. We watched from my car as the lights grew brighter. We didn't hear the rumble of engines, not over the wind, but we did hear the creak of the mechanical gate as it opened. The 3 minivans sped out and turned away from us, back the way we had all arrived. They hadn't seen us in the dark. Within the blink of an eye, they were gone. The gate immediately closed behind them. We sat in silence for a moment. "Is this your plan?" Nolan spat at me. "Let them drive away? Why are we not chasing them, for God's sake?" I ignored the viciousness of Nolan's tone. I felt like I'd been crushed by a ton of bricks, so I couldn't even begin to imagine how he was feeling. I knew I needed to come up with a plan of action quickly, to keep him focused and sane. "We can't chase them for the same reason we didn't on the way here. It's too obvious. We've only learned as much as we have because no one suspects we have the ability to track all this. But we do have the ability, together. Let's not lose it by acting rash. I might have an idea. Have you got any idea on you?" Nolan scowled, but nodded. "How about money?" I asked. "And can you drive?" "What are you on about? I have a credit card, not cash. And yes, I can drive. I don't understand what you... I think our best chances here are to split up. We'll drive to the nearest town or city if needs be. You can rent a car. I'll sign into the tracker app on your phone, and then you can follow them. By the time we've got everything sorted, they'll be a fair bit ahead. Just go where they go, stop where they stop. Note everything down that you see. There has to be a pattern, and that pattern could tell us a lot. I'll head back to the city. I still got some lists to follow at home. We'll meet back up as soon as we can, and see what we've got." Nolan didn't answer, but he didn't disagree either. I jumped on his silence, starting the engine and pulling away. I was aware that the sun was due to rise, and I did not want him getting so much as a glimpse on those concrete buildings. It was best left in the dark for now. As we passed the mechanical gate, he started to protest, but I interrupted him. "Whatever happened in there, we can't get in. We can go after whatever is coming next though. It's time to leave." A few hours later, I said goodbye to Nolan as he drove away in a hire car and set off on my way home. I knew that we should have probably booked a couple of beds somewhere in Scotland and got some sleep. But I also knew that neither of us would be able to sleep. Why not just push on? After a very long drive, I finally arrived back home. I was completely exhausted by that point and crashed out on my sofa. When I woke up, I checked my email. Dr. Madden had replied, not long after I had emailed her actually. But I was not all surprised, given my subject line of bright stars and spaceships. She wanted to meet as a matter of urgency, and followed it up with several more emails asking when was suitable. I thought about Dr. Madden's place in all of this madness. She was right there at the beginning of Professor Gardner's discovery, and she had evaded me for 3 weeks, following whatever actually went on during the Astronomy Institute's open evening in March. She had only opened up to me when I had cornered her at the theater, where the conference of mathematicians and scientists had taken place. And still then, she had tried to manipulate me. Nolan's dad, Dennis Houghton, and the CEO of BOS, Christopher LaRue, knew who she was, and had even exchanged an email that had mentioned her. Get in touch with Madden and tell her to find a way to deal with it before I do. She seemed to be everywhere. What part did she have to play in all of this? Was she responsible for Gardner's death? Was she responsible for the death of Ben, his younger sister, their peers? Were they even dead? My mind kept pulling me back to the vision of Lottie's pink suitcase, watching it being dragged along by the security man outside the Oxford flat. I'd never forget those childish stickers of Pony and musicians, just like I'd never forget the screams that traveled in the wind in Scotland. As those screams echoed around my soul, I felt a sudden and intense anger overcame me, the entirety of it directed at Dr. Madden. I fired back an email to her, telling her to meet me that evening. I was done playing games. Just after I had emailed Madden, I received a text from the porter who worked at Professor Gardner's college residence. Thomas. I tried to cool off a bit as I responded to his own wish to meet. He wanted to know if it was too late to get a late lunch. There was something he wanted to tell me. I hadn't any intention of asking Thomas for permission to record our conversation. Neither did I intend on doing it secretly. So I was surprised when he asked if I could, going as far as to suggest recording it on his own phone and sending it to me if I didn't have anything with me to use. He said he had something to confess. I placed the dictaphone on the table and asked him what it was he wanted to say. He jumped right in the deep end. I think I may be responsible for the professor's death. Why do you think that, Thomas? I'll tell you. But first off, I need you to know that I would have never done anything I thought might cause Bern harm. He was a dear, dear friend of mine. I know that seems unlikely, the porter and the professor. But we had become friends when he tutored my daughter through the GCSEs many years ago. She's graduated from Durham University now. He was a brilliant man, and my wife and I were devastated when we realized his health was declining. When did you realize that? A long time ago. Gosh, it must have been at least 3 years now. It's a slow path, but devastating all the same. It started with him getting names confused, but we all do that, don't we? Then it was misplacing items, misunderstanding dates. It went from occasional mistakes to every day, very quickly. He was diagnosed with Alzheimer's a couple years ago, but over the last year, it's got particularly bad. He started getting his work mixed up, and that was when I knew he was very ill. That's one of my points. He was so ill, his specialist told me personally last month that it could come at any time. He didn't have any family, you see, so it all came through me. I knew it would be better for him to go into hospice, but this had been his home for so long. I couldn't bear to do it to him. Then he had that bad night at the telescope. What do you know about that night? He came home in such a state, talking about poles, stars, bursts. I didn't understand any of it. Dr. Madden came to see me the next day. Do you know Dr. Madden personally then? Oh yes, quite well actually. She studied here. I was a reporter too, if you can believe that. Well, I suppose you can. I'm no spring chicken. She studied on the Burnt. She and I didn't have a connection like Bern and I. She didn't mix with the help, let's just say. But we knew each other well. What did she say when she came to see you? She was quiet, elusive, one might say. She wouldn't go into details, but she told me that the professor had discovered something of great importance. She was taking it up with those much more senior than her, even more than him, and she tried to get a statement from him, and then he had jumbled everything up. She needed him to keep calm. She said it was a matter of life and death on a great scale that we ensured he could communicate correctly. So, what did you both do? I'm ashamed now. I truly am. But we drugged him. It isn't how it sounds, I promise. It was a small amount of sedative. Dr. Madden had it measured out by a friend of hers. I just had to slip it into his port. I felt awful that first time, but she assured me it was fine.
And it was. In fact, it worked. He was much more with it. Of course, as the weeks went by, he deteriorated. Not so long ago, Dr. Madden upped his dose. I questioned it, of course. She said, if I don't do this, then someone else will do something worse. I asked what she meant, but she wouldn't tell me. She just promised me that she was doing it for his own safety.
I thought about this carefully while Thomas took a moment to have a drink. The email that Nolan had seen on his dad's computer suggested that this could be true. I needed to be careful that my anger at Dr. Madden didn't force me to put blame on her before I knew all the facts.
And you trusted her? Yes, of course. She cared about Bernd very much. He was something of a father figure to her, I suppose. You trusted her enough to put a drug in his drink. Well, when the dosage was upped, I said I didn't feel comfortable doing it anymore. The port started being delivered. I didn't tell anybody what I knew. I just forgot about it, really. I suppose I wanted to forget. I'm so very sorry for it now. It's only when I read something yesterday in the news. A young girl died of it. Some man put it in her drink when she was in a bar. She was only 23, the same age as my Penny. When I saw the drug he used... hold on, I've written it down. Yes. Cat Min. The news reporter said it was a horse tranquilizer. I was horrified. I feel like it's all my fault. Would he have lived on for years if it wasn't for me keeping quiet about all of it? You seem to be forgetting that it was Dr. Madden who asked her to do it. Dr. Madden did what she thought was right. She has been working on things that could change everything for all of us. If you believe that, then you must believe that what she did was right too. I'm not sure. I just know I felt horrendously guilty. I had to tell someone. Before. Before what, Thomas? I don't know what is going on here. I wouldn't even talk to you, but I needed to say something. All this silence can be a good thing. Dr. Madden, she doesn't like it when I do that. Dr. Madden and her colleagues have come together for something that will shape all of our futures. Do you know this from Dr. Madden herself? Not just her. The other porters too. We hear all sorts from our positions. So, what exactly is it that you've heard? It's just gossip, really. But there have been an unheard number of early retirements this summer. Not just from professors and lecturers, but from porters too. Everyone knows something is happening. No one knows what. But it's enough to send people home. Away from the bubble here. Away from the magic of this place. They're running home to be with their families. And what is it you want me to do with this information, Thomas? I don't know. Whatever you think is best. It isn't for me to decide. It isn't for me to hide either. I'm leaving tomorrow. I'm going to Australia with my wife and Penny. We're going to have a long, overdue holiday with my sister and her partner. I just couldn't cope with leaving without getting this off my chest. Please, think negatively of me if you will, for acting so blindly. But Dr. Madden, she was just doing what she could to help Bern, and all the rest of us. I'm sure of it. It's not really for me to judge, Thomas.
Well, what a revelation. So, it was indeed Dr. Madden who was drugging Professor Gardner. Did that lead to his death? It's questionable. Just before I met up with Thomas, had he simply emailed me that information, I would have been sure that Dr. Madden had cruel intention behind anything she was up to. Thomas spoke with honesty and integrity though, and I trusted his opinion of Dr. Madden. Don't get me wrong, this doesn't mean I believe that she's innocent as Thomas seems to think. But I do believe that he thinks everything he said about her is true. And that means something. I've just had a text from Nolan. Bizarrely, he's at the shipport in Dover. He must have been driving for the entire day. I'm surprised he didn't fall asleep at the wheel. There is no sign of the minibus. he says. Just loads of ferry on their way away from England. He's booked a hotel for the night, so he's going to get some sleep. Then head back to the city. I really got to wrap this up for now though, as I must sleep before I meet Dr. Madden. I'll update you as soon as I can. What with my interview with Madden and Nolan's tracking information tomorrow, perhaps we'll know more. I am truly sorry for taking such a long time to update this. But I've had a lot of decisions to make, and all of my energy has been drained on trying to decide what the right thing to do is. I have a lot that I need to write down, but it's going to take me a while to explain everything. I'm not sure I'm making the right decision by sharing this here, but I'm going to go ahead and do so anyway. When I last updated you, Nolan was in Dover, having followed the minibus there after they left the military camp in Scotland. We believed we had been close enough to hear and smell the murder of his friend Ben and the other children of the rich. Everything was extremely confusing, and the investigation appeared to point towards the gamma ray burst hitting Earth in the near future, despite the fact all public research pointed towards that being very unlikely. I made my way to the biomedics laboratory where Dr. Madden had requested me meet. I had already been there once before, when I had skulked around after two scientists committed suicide by jumping from the roof of the building. I had also first seen Nolan here, arguing with his dad about his father's part in his madness. I'd never actually been inside the building though. The same security man that had guarded the doors of the theater during Madden's conference guarded the doors of the biomedics laboratory too. This time, instead of blocking me, one took me inside. I followed him in silence down long steel grey corridors as our footsteps echoed around us. There was no artwork on the walls, no carpet to soften the place up. It was all very cold and clinical. I was shown into a small room that reminded me of a police interview area. A large grey table and 4 steel chairs were the only furniture in the room. In fact, it was totally empty other than that and a small intercom attached to the wall. "I'm going to have to search you," the security man informed me. I thought about protesting, but something about the tone of the security man's voice made me realize that if I did, then I would be probably ejected from the area. I wanted this interview, so I nodded curtly. He took my dictaphone from my inner pocket and then left me with my hand back. I didn't bother commenting, instead taking a seat and waiting for Madden. I didn't have to wait long. She breezed in after a few minutes, closing the door behind her and sitting opposite me gracefully before offering me a weak smile. I didn't return it. Instead, I jumped right in. "I knew you were involved in Gardner's death. Even if you did not intend for him to die, I have proof that you took illegal, immoral risks to silence him. Evidence that will stand up in court. So I suggest you give me a very good reason to keep it to myself, Dr. Madden." Madden froze. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath before looking at me. Her eyes were watery and her lips pursed. She swallowed noisily. Bernd was a wonderful man. He was very important to me. I don't have any family, and I've never really had time for friends. He meant so much, and I am utterly distraught that he's gone. "He isn't simply gone though, is he?" I snapped. "I'm not interested in attending a pity party, doctor. I want more." I watched the look of defeat wash over Madden's face, and I realized that I was in control here. I had her. "Okay," she said. "I'm going to tell you what's going on." She tensed suddenly as the door opened. Madden and I turned towards it, and I was surprised to see her shrink slightly as she watched Christopher LaRue enter the room before abruptly standing up to greet him. It was almost as though his very presence frightened her. I, on the other hand, was curious. I'd heard so much about him, and of course I'd seen him on the news here and there. Though he was quite private, whenever he did go out to public affairs, the press went wild for him. Why was he here? Was I that important? I also stood, for no other reason than conformity. He smiled at Dr. Madden, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. "I'm going to be sitting on this one, Maria. Please continue." He didn't even glance in my direction, let alone ask if I was okay with him joining us. I had known he was a reasonably attractive man, having seen pictures of him in the press a few times. But in the flesh, he seemed breathtaking. It wasn't that he was stunningly handsome, but there was something about his presence too. He took control of the room by simply being in it. He was tall, quite a bit taller than me, at least 6'2". He towered over Madden, but perhaps that was more because she seemed to shrink in his presence. I hadn't noticed her seeming so small before. I didn't let his being there intimidate me though, and I certainly didn't fall over my feet because there was such a powerful man in the same room as me. I turned on my heel and sat back down, pretending his presence didn't make any difference to me. It did though. The atmosphere in the room had completely shifted. What power I had held over Madden just moments before had been transferred to LaRue. In actual fact, his being there made my heart pounding with nervous anticipation. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw him watching Madden closely. He shooed her away from him, and she scurried off back to the table. He strode over and took a seat next to her. I was suddenly the one in the hot seat. I was shocked by the change in attitude from Madden. She had gone from open and emotional to on edge and scared. Her fear was contagious. But I decided not to allow LaRue's presence to affect me in any way, especially in the almost embarrassing way that it was affecting Madden. I sat up straight, relaxed my shoulders, and snapped at Madden. I want you to tell me everything you know. I risked a glance at LaRue, and to my utter bewilderment, I saw he was leaning back into his chair with his eyes closed. He was so peaceful that he could have been taking a nap, but I had a strong feeling that he was listening very intently. In fact, I could see the hint of a smile on the corners of his lips, possibly in response to my fierce confrontation. Madden didn't say anything. Instead, looked at him desperately, waiting for direction. After a moment, he nodded slightly. He had given her permission to speak. She fidgeted in her seat, clearly uncomfortable, but resigned. She cleared her throat and began. Miss Bennett, I believe you already know a section of what I know, but for clarity's sake, I'm going to explain as clearly as I am able to. As you're already aware, my dear friend Burnt discovered a pattern in the skies back in March that suggested his theory about gamma ray burst patterns was a lot more accurate than he and his partner originally believed. He'd claimed he had observed similar patterns a few times over recent years, but they appeared to be false calls. He was very poorly, and his mind was failing, let's say. This time though, his distress made me give it a second look, and I did indeed see a glimpse of the pattern that he had predicted. I alerted a team of some of the best astrophysicists in the world, and we met in Hawaii to further explore Burns' pattern. Well, it seemed it was there, and it was happening a lot more regularly than even Burns was expecting. It didn't suggest humanity was about to be obliterated though, which was what Burns kept shouting out to anybody who would listen. It was very upsetting watching him deteriorate that way, especially because it didn't matter how many times I told him that he and Carol, his partner, had been correct all along. He just couldn't remember it. It should have been a wonderful moment for him, but instead, he just got more and more confused. Madden took a moment, and I watched her closely as sadness and regret filtered through her professional expression. Yet again, my attitude towards her softened. Her voice was a little choked up as she continued. The pattern enabled us to predict that even though a gamma ray burst is highly likely to occur when the stars of a nearby binary orbit collide, it is still unlikely to collide with the planet. But the pattern Burns predicted is very interesting indeed, and opens up a great number of things for mathematicians to decipher and for astrophysicists to predict. The fact that we now believe that we know that a ray will burst from the stars, even though we currently believe it's unlikely to hit Earth, has intensified the chances that life here will cease to exist. And it is something to worry about, absolutely, because it isn't going to happen in hundreds of thousands of years as previously predicted. It will happen between 200 and 300 years from now. In the meantime, there is a very real and serious concern that will absolutely lead to the end of life on Earth. Climate change. We are at the beginning of the end,
One way or another, the end of life on Earth will be seen in the next 300 years. Madden paused, waiting for me to gasp in horror or faint, I suppose. Instead, I nodded thoughtfully. "So?" I said. "What are you going to do about it?" Madden shook her head, perplexed by my lack of terror perhaps. I watched LaRue, still with his eyes closed, smile again. "Well," she continued, "there is only one option. We leave Earth, we colonize elsewhere. It's been the aim for many years now, and it's the only way forward for mankind, by building a ship, an ark, you can think of it as. We can try and rescue a large quantity of people from all over the world, and we can survive elsewhere while the planet dies off. Of course, not everyone will be able to go, but many will." "How many people are you expecting to move?" I asked, confused by the whole thing. It seemed even more unreal now than it had days ago. There was something not right about this whole theory. "Several thousand. A sadly small quantity. But it's all we can do. We've had to fight to raise the money just for them." "Is that why you told Ben and Lottie's parents that they would have to be kept away until it was time to leave?" I interrupted. "Scarcity marketing? The parents can go, but the kids can? They would sell everything they own to ensure the continuation of the line. How much did they pay for the ticket out of here?" I hissed at Madden. "The amount is irrelevant," she answered. "You need to understand that without the sale of the tickets, there would be no way we can afford to build this ship. No way. We would all just die here, together. How do you expect to transport the chosen ones? How would you govern a new civilization? Could you even feed them all? The whole thing seems preposterous." I laughed. "Well, that's where the technology Mr. LaRue and the other shareholders at BOS have been working on comes in. This isn't new to Mr. LaRue." She turned to him, clearly wanting him to help her out. But he didn't open his eyes. "So he already had this tech ready." I spoke as though he wasn't in the room, even though Madden seemed to be losing a grip on everything simply because he was sat next to her. Her strong reaction surprised me. Why did this man terrify her so much? She cleared her throat again. "Miss Bennett, Mr. LaRue has been working on this for a long time. He was one of the earlier modern scientists to start talking about the importance of action in the face of climate change. He was very vocal indeed." LaRue didn't react at all, even though Madden and I were discussing him. I felt unnerved by his odd behavior, but I didn't let it show. Turning back to Madden, I got back to business. "So, you told some rich parents that they are buying tickets to get their children off the planet. They plunged a load of cash into BOS so this ark could be built. The thing is, you never had any intention of taking their children, did you? So what was behind it all? What's the truth?" Dr. Madden frowned at me, clearly confused. She opened and closed her mouth a couple of times, the suddenly gormless attitude making her look like a trout. "I don't quite follow what you mean, Miss Bennett." "Clearly not," I mocked. "Let me spell it out for you. I know about the center in Scotland. I followed them. I know what you did." Of course, I didn't know anything. I suspected, sure, but I still believed I could have misinterpreted what happened in the Highlands. I was hoping that if my suspicions were correct, then I could shock her into a confession. If they weren't, then I could make her want to assure me that they hadn't killed anyone by telling me what they had really done with them. But Madden still looked totally confused. "Scotland?" she muttered. She turned to LaRue, who was now paying attention. He watched me with a slight smile on his face, either oblivious to Madden's growing panic, or simply uncaring. "Mr. LaRue?" Madden sounded desperate. "What is she talking about? Why is she saying they are in Scotland? I thought they were being taken to Switzerland." I watched her question him nervously, her voice barely over a whisper. "I thought they were going to be joining us during the first launch." LaRue ignored her, instead just smiling at me. He was acting as though Madden wasn't in the room.
as it seemed to push her into a level of hysteria. "Mr. LaRue, I'm going to have to insist you explain to me what Miss Bennett is talking about," she cried. I watched LaRue's eyes flash from playful to fierce faster than I could blink. He looked straight at Madden with a complete deadspan stare. She visibly shrank away from him and shook her head apologetically. "Sorry, Mr. LaRue. I lost myself for a moment there. I'm sorry." He raised a hand quickly, and Madden jumped out her skin, but he simply pressed a button on the intercom. "Maria is feeling a little bit overwhelmed," he said smoothly to whoever was listening on the other end, his relaxed voice a contrast to Madden's panicked one. "She needs some time away." Then he leaned back into his chair and closed his eyes again. I watched Madden freeze in absolute terror as her eyes went white as saucers. I noticed that she began to tremble. As I watched, my own heart was hammering in my chest, but I refused to let fear overwhelm me. Unfortunately, Madden seemed unable to do the same. Please, Mr. LaRue, it's okay. I'm calm. I promise. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I was just a bit confused. Of course, whatever is going on will be completely justified. It was foolish of me to think I would be involved with every step. I just misunderstood. Please, listen." LaRue just sat there, eyes closed, pose still relaxed, pretending he couldn't hear Madden's pleas. Then, the door opened and one of the security men came through. He guided Madden until she stood. She looked at me like a deer caught in headlights, her eyes pleading with me. I was confused and unsure what she thought I could do. She gave up on me, instead turning to the security man who gripped her arm tightly. "Let go of me, right now. I can leave the room on my own." But he also acted as though he couldn't hear her. He removed her from the room with ease, closing the door shut quickly behind him. I was in total shock. What had just happened? Who was the terrifying man I had been left alone in the room with? He opened his eyes then, and smiled at me again. This smile reached his eyes. I was unnerved to see him look at me, as though he were impressed with me, like I'd passed some sort of terrifying test. But I still refused to show any emotion. I wouldn't let him see an ounce of fear. I looked at him defiantly, and smiled back at him. "Shall we continue?" I asked. He laughed loudly, a bark that made me jump, but thankfully he was too busy pushing his chair closer to the table to notice. He leaned across the table to be closer to me. "You're good, Haley. Really good." I feel a little sick to admit that his compliment flattered me. Something about this man was very enthralling, and I was pleased that I impressed him. "You're very different to Maria." He nodded towards the door. "She's smart, don't get me wrong. She's just sucked into her own tiny area of expertise that she seems to miss everything else going on around her. The amount of times I've wondered how someone so smart can act like such a moron. Well, she bored me very quickly, but she had uses. You, on the other hand, you interest me. You don't miss a trick, do you, Haley?" I narrowed my eyes, wary now. LaRue was like a viper playing dead, luring you into a false sense of security while you got ready to strike. The man sitting opposite me was very dangerous, and I felt strongly that I needed to keep my wits about me if I wanted to walk out this building. The fear I felt was crippling. My nerves overwhelmed me so much that my entire body felt numb, so I was pleased when I managed to speak without my voice shaking. "Can we get to the point?" I asked, forcing my tone to sound lazy. He laughed again, clapping his hands together. I was disturbed to realize that this man actually liked the way I was acting. What did he say about who I was, if a man so terrifying had taken a liking to me? "Haley, we can certainly get to the point. I'm going to tell you the truth, not that rubbish that Dr. Meta thinks is the truth. You
deserve more. I'm going to tell you the truth that only a handful of people know. It's really quite magnificent if you can let go of your sentimental side. It's exciting, I promise. A bit scary in parts, maybe. But wow, it's so exciting. Are you ready to know the truth, Haley? Are you ready to know how I have guaranteed the survival of the human race? I've got to pause here. I know it's cruel of me, but I have very limited time, and I have things I need to do. I'll finish this soon, I promise. There will be more. I'd heard lots of theories, claims, and lies over the last week. But this time, I knew that whatever LaRue was about to tell me was the truth. There was an atmosphere of finality in the room while I waited nervously for him to begin. When I looked into his eyes, I found a sincerity buried somewhere beneath his predatory stare. One of his security men brought in unscrewed bottles of water. LaRue took a swig and noticed when I hesitated. He raised his eyebrows. Poisoning isn't my style. I find it quite cowardly. It's much more maddening. He smiled nastily, and I felt revolted that he could find amusement in the death of Gardner. I took a swig of the water, hoping that it would make him stop staring at me for a minute. It was so intense that I felt like I was looking directly into the sun. He didn't stop staring, but he did start talking. Haley, if you had a choice between making the end of life on Earth easier on humanity, or turning your back on almost the entire population but giving humanity the chance to thrive elsewhere, which would you choose? I turned my back on him. I answered so quickly that I felt uncomfortable. Was there something about LaRue's insidious ambience that was contagious? Why would you choose that? I took my time with this one, trying not to act coldly. I think that giving humanity the opportunity to continue the next stage of evolution is extremely important. If I could truly help people, it wouldn't make sense to stay behind and die. LaRue nodded. I agree that it is more important to direct humanity into success than to lie down and fail with it. It was quite a jump from what I had just said, but the perception of a statement can tell you a lot. I didn't correct him, instead letting him continue. One thing that Madden is correct about. We are approaching the end of life on Earth. The gamma ray burst effect that got people to finally start paying attention in March is still unlikely to hit Earth. But being certain that one would occur certainly gave us a higher chance of extinction. While all these brilliant scientists were congregated, he sneered. They finally agreed on something that I had warned them about years ago. Humankind has less than 300 years to find a way to survive. This felt like a stab in the chest. Could this really be true? I interrupted without thinking. How sure are you about that number? LaRue tutted at me impatiently, a flash of anger crossing his face. I wouldn't say it if I wasn't sure. I made a mental note not to question him in that way again. At the time, I let myself believe that I wanted to get the best quality answers without pushing him away. But looking back, I can accept that I was scared of making him angry. I tried to divert his anger away from me. You said that Madden only thinks that she knows the truth. What's false about what Madden told me? With that, LaRue stood up and walked towards the door. I have some things to show you now. After LaRue had exited the room, I briefly found myself frozen to the spot. However, I knew I didn't have time to properly process what he was telling me, so I took some deep breaths to calm myself before joining him outside the room. I followed him through a maze of corridors until we arrived at a dead end. LaRue marched towards the gray steel wall at the end of the passage. Inside me, a ball of fear twisted in my stomach. What had I willingly walked into? He stopped just in front of the wall, lowered his head, almost as though he was praying. After a moment, he spun around, holding something black in his hand and pointing it at me. I tried my best not to jump, but I couldn't hide my nerves totally. He smiled amusedly and then showed me what he held in his hand. It was some sort of device, larger than a phone but smaller than a tablet. I need to ensure my security system knows that you're not a threat. He explained. You can leave it if you want. We can see what happens. He had a wicked glint in his eye as he suggested this. He scanned me quickly with the device, then held his hand against the wall. It shifted slightly into a new position, which confused my brain, like some sort of optical illusion. I watched with interest as LaRue located a handle and pulled the wall, which was actually a door, towards us. He held out an arm, urging me to enter before him. With a deep breath, I did as he wished. I was in a large room that had been painted a magnificent white, so bright that it made my eyes sore. In the middle of the room was the model of a spaceship, taller than me. The large cylinder replica completely dominated the area. My original design, LaRue announced behind me. He swept past me and pressed something on the side of the model, and it clicked open, revealing the interior. If only I could have taken a picture. The model had magnificent detail, with multiple sections throughout the ship that were very clear. At the bottom of the model, which sat by my feet, were huge tanks that could only be designed to hold fuel. Above them, there was what seemed like a huge storage area with massive crates. Next came a living area with various recreational rooms, a high-tech gym, a lounge with televisions and video game consoles, a library, and a study area. There were hundreds of small cabins that held nothing but 4 beds. The top third of the model seemed to be about ship control, holding lots of computers and screens. LaRue pressed something on his device, and to my amazement, the entire model lit up. Tiny versions of everything went into motion. I gazed at it in awe. I felt childish delight at being near a model full of so much detail. Despite the seriousness of the situation, I had to fight the urge to fiddle. Then, I felt LaRue's eyes boring into my back, and I forced myself to remember my surroundings. This really is incredible, I had to admit. But this means what Madden knew was correct. You are building an ark. She was right to believe that I designed a ship that could evacuate several thousand at a time. What she didn't realize, though, is that the design had changed a long time before she and her band of righteous martyrs had even heard about it. This ark, as she called it, well, there wasn't enough time for this to truly work, so I improved my initial design. He pushed past me and unclipped something before pulling out the entire middle section. There was nothing but fuel tanks, crates, and a control room with a large empty space between it. I was confused. Did you remove the living spaces so you could fit more people on? I couldn't see any other reason why he might have removed the dorms. More people. He laughed as though I'd said something idiotic, and I felt my cheeks blush. No, not more people. It's so I can fit in more of those. He pointed to the storage crates. I looked at him and frowned, confused. He smiled, obviously enjoying himself. Clipping back at the central part of the model, he began to explain. I was an environmental scientist before I decided to dedicate my time to engineering, and I told my peers and investors that we had to colonize elsewhere in order to survive. Mars, of course, is our only current option due to its distance and similarities to Earth. The idea of leaving our planet is disconcerting to many, but there hasn't been a choice for about 20 years now. We're past the point of no return. I told them that if they funded the design and build of my ship, then we would be able to continue the human species. I was greeted by a barrage of excuses. Too expensive, too far in the future to worry about. It'll be fixed by then, they insisted. He scowled as he spoke about them, and it was clear that he detested those who had impeded his plan. The absolute morons, of course. The damage they've done is unfixable. I told them that, but they chose not to listen. He glared into the distance, and I thought about what he had said. I'm not trained in science, but I followed the news, and I knew that LaRue's company, POS, had been heavily involved in Mars colonization. This sounded plausible, and I felt some relief at finally being able to accept what I was hearing. I knew that they were wrong, and so I buried myself into engineering. LaRue continued.
I put my entire life savings, all my time, energy, and brainpower into designing a solution. In that design, this ship was unlike anything any man had ever made before. There were lots of challenges along the way. How to fuel such a large ship, how to land, how to survive. But the most challenging problem that constantly restricted me was money. I worked hard to keep the cost low, but of course, to colonize on another planet costs an astronomical amount. Can you put a price on saving humanity? I asked. You'd think not, wouldn't you? Yet, our entire lives have been controlled by money. The end of humanity is being caused by our endless need to profit, and our escape had been restricted by its lack of currency payback. With my design in hand, I once again approached investors. I told them if they started investing now, then we could have several of my ships ready for when the time came. We could save tens of thousands. And they said no. When I finally accepted how unwilling they were to actually do anything that would give humankind a chance, I also realized that their greed and stupidity would guarantee the end of everything humankind had achieved so far. I knew I needed to take matters into my own hands. We made for a door on the other end of the room. I followed him quickly, eager to hear more. I bumped into him when he stopped abruptly, turning and scanning me with his device again. He showed me the screen lazily, and I saw the measurements of my vitals. Why do you need to know this? I asked sharply, feeling slightly violated. This next room is dangerous. I couldn't allow anybody in an unpredictable state through this door. He also scanned himself, and I peered over, noticing his measurements were lower than mine. Seeming satisfied, he opened the door, and my mind was totally distracted from everything. We entered a huge warehouse, and everywhere I looked, something was happening. Constant movement, noise, action. But from what I could tell, there wasn't a soul in there other than LaRue and I. Everything was mechanical. LaRue turned to me, watching me to try and take everything in. In this room, you are looking at the future of mankind. This is my life's work, and it is the only chance humanity has. He smiled widely as he told me this, and his attitude sent a shiver down my back. LaRue walked swiftly through the large warehouse, and I followed closely behind. When all this business with Gardner's pattern happened, LaRue continued. Our rich investors finally accepted that the end was much closer than they'd allowed themselves to believe. They started to panic, realizing that their family legacy would be ending if they didn't act fast. They had the cheek to order me to find a solution or be replaced. I reminded them that I'd given them the solution decades before, but now it was too late. They told me to abandon my idea of multiple ships and concentrate on just three. 3 ships that would leave over the next 5 years and ensure their precious offspring would be the first lines to colonize our only chance of survival. I told them there was no guarantee that enough money could be raised after the first ship left, as it was likely to cause a significant shift in the economy. They didn't care, as long as their own had left Earth. Kept them on that ship. They ordered me. I'd spent years working on these magnificent designs by then. He held his arms out at the machines surrounding us. To my left was a selection of robotic arms, building what appeared to be a small cave-like shelters at a high speed. To my right was a large drill that moved so fast it looked motionless. It wasn't until LaRue pressed something on his device that it slowed down, and I realized it had been moving. Next to it was a machine that appeared to be building a much larger replica of the drill. I wasn't sure what he was getting at, and I was momentarily distracted when I noticed above us that there were multiple drones buzzing around. I wondered if this was a security system. When I looked back, he was grinning at me like a wolf. I knew that the best chance of survival would require masses of machinery, artificial intelligence, and genetic laboratories. The more people you try to take, the less chance you have of surviving. And I knew that the move needed to happen soon, because 300 years really is not a long time. It takes a long time to travel to Mars, and return ships to Earth might be needed before this planet's demise. Though we, you and I, won't be around to witness the complete end of life on Earth. In our lifetimes, we can expect to see the beginning of mass migration, which will cause total societal meltdown. There will be riots, wars, deaths.
With civilization already on the brink of riots and wars, I had no trouble believing that something like mass migration would push that into reality. How awful that I could so readily accept that in the final years, instead of working together, people would probably speed up the process by declaring nuclear war on one another. Why do we live amongst so much fear and ignorance? And why are the people around the world so eager to manipulate that into hatred? It's tragic that humankind could end in such chaos, I muttered sadly. Leroux scowled at me. Is it? He snapped. Or is it just weak? Humanity has been so greedy, so stupid. I warned them this would happen. I tried to help them. They refused. They were too busy killing everything around them so they could profit temporarily. If they had listened to me, they could have profited indefinitely. There was nothing to argue with, as Leroux was right. I quickly tried to keep him talking. What is it about these machines that will guarantee the future of humanity? Leroux gestured at the machine that was building a replica of the drill almost as easily as a children's jigsaw puzzle. The speed at which machines work is exceptional, as you can clearly observe. I spent a long time estimating the time it would take humans to create something livable on Mars, and it was nothing but a waste. By removing the living area in the ship, I was able to fit a host of machines that can do all of this in a fraction of the time that humans would be able to. How long would that take? I asked, trying to hide my discomfort at human lives being described as waste. He looked smug. Oh, only a matter of years. The machines would organize themselves to spread out to drill caves and plant farms. If there are any issues, they can be sent more instructions from Earth. I could do that from this very building. Eventually, it will be ready to introduce human life. And then you would send those that you have sold tickets to. I felt nervous approaching the subject, but I had to. My brain was telling me to remember the sort of person that Leroux was, because everything he was telling me was making too much sense. I knew it was important not to allow myself to sympathize with him, to get too wrapped up in his plan. I had to remember what he had done to Ben and Lottie. He ignored me though, instead continuing in his own way. I knew that the method to pursue in order to ensure survival would be to have machinery in control of pretty much everything happening on Mars. We have one ship built already, waiting in a secret location, but we'll need 3, another to take more machinery, more technology, and a last one to take the only humans who will survive. So you sold tickets onto the ship? I pressed again, determined to get a response. Why? To raise money to build them? Yes, and to make people work towards its success. People generally have no interest in something, however important, unless it involves them or their families. Humans are such selfish creatures. Misleading them was absolutely necessary. I found myself becoming increasingly frustrated with Leroux. What's the point in showing me all of this if you're just going to speak in riddles? My voice had risen slightly, and my anger was showing. Immediately, 4 drones flew in and hovered between Leroux and I. I could just about see my name and stats on the screen. Underneath was a button that said disengage. Leroux looked at me pointedly, his finger hovering over it. He seemed to pause for a moment before pressing down. The drones immediately flew away. Best not to raise your voice in here, Haley. I told you, you must stay calm. If I hadn't set you up on the system, they wouldn't have been so patient. He gave me a minute to relax, then carried on. The cost of transporting people is large, and I told him that so many years ago. I told them they needed to start investing in it, but they refused to because they were incapable of seeing the bigger picture. Now, the cost of importing machinery is also large, and if you had the choice to spend money on humans who would slow the production of a colony to dangerous levels, or to spend money on transporting technology that could do it in a fraction of time, which would you choose? Is there really any choice in any of this? Leroux laughed. No, of course not. It interests me though. I've been looked at as a monster for being prepared to do whatever it takes to ensure we can survive. Yet the monsters are the ones who got humanity in this mess in the first place. People are so quick to cry ethics until they're directly affected by it.
I'm prepared to do whatever it takes to save humanity. Surely, that makes me a hero, not a villain. He led me into a new room, and once the door closed behind us, silence filled the space. This room was worlds away from the factory scene behind. From floor to ceiling, every wall was covered with massive mahogany bookcases that were filled to the brim with books. There must have been hundreds of thousands of volumes. Ladders on wheels leaned against each bookcase, so access to all was possible. In the middle of the room was a large Persian rug, which housed a selection of expensive leather sofas and armchairs, a drinks cabinet, and a desk. On the desk were 3 large hard drives. Leroux made his way over, and I heard the chink of glass. But I couldn't take my gaze away from the magnificent collection of books. I eventually turned my attention back to Leroux. He was sat in one of the armchairs, watching me intently. Once again, he looked predatory, with something in his eyes suggesting he could pounce at any moment. I felt the urge to run, but there were 2 drinks on the table next to him, and I knew he expected me to join him. I focused on the beauty around me rather than the fear inside. I could spend an age in here, I said, taking a gulp of my drink, still looking around in wonderment. Indeed, he said. This room holds the absolute best of humanity. If you take everything meaningful that humankind has achieved and condense it into raw data, you can fit it on devices so small they can fit into a pocket. One day, artificial intelligent machines will be able to continue their research and eliminate the need for humankind themselves. I felt very uneasy about what Leroux was suggesting. In that case, you wouldn't be responsible for the continuation of humanity. You would be responsible for an age of machines. That's not my intention. I want to give humanity the chance to thrive amongst artificial intelligence. I want to give us a fair shot. Do you not think it disturbing that the privileged think they deserve the spaces out here more than anybody else? If there was limited space, then it would make sense to send people who could work to ensure our survival, I said, almost parroting what Madden had said to me. There is limited space, and so it makes sense to condense everything down to its smallest form and send machinery that can set it up on our behalf. Don't you agree? I found it hard to disagree, so I diverted with a question. What if something goes wrong and no other ships can be sent? Like you said, the economy is going to be shaken. How can you guarantee that the machinery won't just end up left there, with no way for humanity to join it? As I have already said, those who have tickets purchased will indeed arrive in Mars on the first ship. My heart skipped a beat. Does this mean that Ben and the others are safe? Will they be going on the ship? I suppose it depends on what your definition of safe is. Leroux's eyes darkened, and I was reminded of how dangerous he was. Follow me. He took me out of the library into a laboratory. It had a selection of drawers that all had some sort of smart lock on the front of them. He stood in front of a set. The cost to build my ship and the machinery required to build a life for us was huge. 320 billion by any chance? I asked. Oh, what a good little reporter you are, Haley. It would cost that much to take a selection of people to Mars and some machinery to attempt to colonize. But there was a problem with that approach. The chances of the colony working were still slim. They were higher than here, of course. And so the mathematician said that we would definitely die here. And we would probably die there. The collection of academics decided it was worth it, simply because it was the only chance. It was risk it or die out, quite simply. But all of those brilliant minds together were still not as brilliant as mine alone. So what did your brilliant mind come up with then? I asked, desperately hoping that it didn't sound sarcastic. Words were failing me with the amount of information I was having to try to keep up with. He didn't seem to notice and continued. I let them think they were raising money for the original model of the ship. In the meantime, I had them working on the best way possible to survive. I've used the money to build everything you just saw in the warehouse, and all of my designs will actually give us a fantastic chance of survival. Their latest research will add a lot.
So you lied to them then, and sold people tickets onto a ship that they never had a place on? Oh, they have a place, Haley. He held his device to the drawer, and it popped open. He hovered a hand over it, turning to me before reaching inside. One of the things that angers me the most is that those cowardly little imbeciles only managed to raise the money when they believed they were ensuring their own line. Their privileged young would be the first wave of humans on Mars. They didn't care about the others left behind. They thought their wealth made them more important than all the rest of humanity combined. The academics had no choice but to watch valuable space being taken up by politicians' brats and bankers' spawns because it was essential to raise the money. However, I found an alternative solution, which fulfilled my promises without compromising the chances of humanity's survival. He pulled out a small glass case from inside the door and looked at me expectantly. "What is it?" I said, completely lost. "It's Ben." He grinned. I frowned at him, scared and confused. I didn't say anything. He rolled his eyes and explained. "This is the very essence of Ben, his entire DNA. Look how little space he takes." He looked at me, and I honestly think he thought I was my back at him. That was one of the things that scared me the most. When I didn't, he carried on regardless. Ben, with countless others, will slip into the ship amongst the things that actually matter. Like mice in a mansion. They won't require sustaining, nannying, counseling. They won't decay whilst waiting for the perfect circumstances to thrive in. When the new colony is habitable, the machines will make them. Whether that is in 5 years or 100 years. You see, I am taking them all away from this dying planet. I am taking them on the first ship. I'm giving them exactly what I sold them. A ticket that guarantees their children will be the first humans to colonize Mars. A guarantee that their children will not have to witness the end of society. A guarantee that they will continue. I thought about the screams I heard from the concrete bunkers in Scotland. My suspicions, it seemed, were finally confirmed. LaRue seemed to be enjoying showing how brilliant he had been, with no trace of regret for the human cost of his plan. I was fast realizing he was a megalomaniac. My heart sank. So, instead of actually sending them, you're going to clone them? What did you do with the real Ben? LaRue looked petulant. This is the real Ben, he snapped. This is everything he is. He will be everything he was. Do you not see? There is no difference. His tone had gone from animated to vicious in one breath. What did you do with the original Ben then? I quickly backtracked, not wanting to irritate him further. I did not wish to see what would happen if the drones detected the sudden change of atmosphere in the room for a second time. I think you already know that, Haley, he said quietly. What about Nolan? What about Dennis Houghton? Are you going to kill them? The original them? What about you? Will you send your DNA? Will you go in person, as you are now? Of course I'll be sending my DNA. My machines will clone me when the time comes, if I am not alive to see it. Nonetheless, I fully intend on my original form being there within the next few years. Maybe on the second trip, more likely the third. I, along with a select handful or so, will be the only humans in their original form to step foot on Mars. Nolan had a place, though I'm not sure if that still stands. But that handful of people mustn't take precedence over the fact that I will be taking hundreds of thousands of people in their smallest form, that I can build when I'm ready to. There are still some things that confuse me, so I pushed past the ever-growing fear and remained professional. You have the most intelligent and wealthiest people on Earth working on a future that you are going to pull from under their feet. How haven't they figured this out? LaRue looked bitter. I suppose I'm somewhat underestimated. Not many know what I'm capable of. There are many specific areas that need to be worked on, and they get very wrapped up in their own areas. I do suspect that some of them realize my true intentions, because a few have suggested similar themselves. The genetic scientists in particular balked at the idea of sending just several thousands from already closely linked families. Imagine the inbreeding that would occur. It doesn't actually matter though. I am the only power in all of this. Those that had the ability to do anything waited too long. Those who did voice disagreements with my ways have been moved on, let's say. What it comes down to is the fact that my approach offers the best chance for humanity. There isn't time for sentimental outlooks. They didn't leave time for that, and that is not my problem. Did Ben and the others need to die, LaRue? Could you not have kept them underground, then released them once you left? I wouldn't waste the resources on them. His face held no emotion, no regret. I didn't think he was capable of feeling a scrap of empathy. It's bad enough that these parasites will be feasting on the new civilization. Letting this new generation of the delusional elite also continue to drain the last embers of life from Earth seemed unfair. But it's human life. Someone's son, someone's daughter. I tried to reason with him. As were all those that would have been left behind. Aren't you someone's daughter, Haley? I closed my eyes and shook my head, trying to shake away the confusion and moral contradictions that overwhelmed me so. I hated myself for the part of me that could see the sense in what LaRue was telling me. As I looked into his dead eyes, I questioned what kind of person that made me. I turned towards the door, wanting to be away from this madness. Just as I was about to walk away, I turned back and said, "You know, it might not even matter what you do, LaRue. It could very well just end up the same all over again, but on another planet. Humanity might be destined to die out because it cannot handle how fast things have progressed around it. Maybe this is simply how it is supposed to be. There will be one very big difference, Haley. I have total control. There will be no mistakes like have been on Earth. No corrupt governments, no inbred monarchies, no controlling religions. And I know what signs to look out for, and I will cut any problems out like a tumor. And I am inviting you to join me." LaRue pressed a button, and the drones flew out of the room. I buried my face in my hands in shock, and laughed out loud. "But why?" I asked, incredulous at this turn of events. "I want someone to log everything I've done. I want to be written about. I want the world I left behind to know what I've done for humanity. I want them to read it and weep. I want my achievements to be recorded. I want to go down in history, here on Earth, and on Mars too." I opened my mouth to try and speak, but couldn't. I didn't know what to think, let alone say. LaRue held his hands up. "I'm handing you the best choice of opportunities that a journalist could dream of. You can stay here. You'll witness the beginning of the end of civilization and get to break the story of how the world will end and my intentions for a future. Once I've gone there, there will be no more press blockers. You will be free to report. Or, you can pick the wild card. You can shadow me for the remaining time here, spending the days recording the work I'm doing and the nights learning to understand it. You can leave with me when the time comes. You can continue studying and recording throughout the journey. Then, you will start a new life on Mars. With me." I must have grimaced, because he laughed. "Don't flatter yourself, Haley. I am in no way attracted to you. This is strictly academic." He waved towards the doors then, as though he was showing me a way. "You have enough information now. It's time to leave. You have until next month to make your decision." As soon as I was out of the lab that held Ben and countless other dead people who had been at the very beginning of their lives, I ran down a corridor the opposite way of the warehouse. I ran, and I cried. Fear pushed me forward because the idea of drones creeping up behind me, one tiny pop, and it'd all be over, was utterly traumatizing. He could press one button on that device and I would be dead. He would always hold that over me,
no matter what decision I made. I turned down endless corridors and eventually found an exit. I stumbled out into the night air, and I collapsed on the floor, sobbing. It was all too much. That was nearly 2 weeks ago. I'm sorry for being so flaky with my uploads. As you can imagine, I've had a lot to think about. In many ways, my hands are still tied. The police, government and press are no good because LaRue has too much power. I thought about running, just starting a new life and waiting for the beginning of the end, somewhere luxurious. I could sell my house before the economy drops, live in a hut on a beach somewhere. But the entire world is going to change, be it from the economy or the beginning of climate change. There won't be any escaping this. Not for any of us. I'm strongly considering his offer. There are so many negatives, of course. Would I always live in guilt for the people I left behind? Would any new life I build on Mars be lived in fear that LaRue would kill me if I didn't toe the line? Is that much different to now, though? He controls the people who run the entire world as though they are his puppets, and there is no escaping him. Would it really be much different on another planet? But who would not want to witness what must surely be the greatest adventure in the history of humanity? I could stay here and die slowly and miserably, or I could escape and see the new wave of evolution. I could go down in history. Maybe I could even become some sort of influence on LaRue. He isn't the only one who can play games. I tried to contact Madden, just out of curiosity. Her phone is off. She doesn't answer her door. I asked around, but everyone stays silent. The whole city is silent right now. There have been other suicides in the last week, and I'm sure there will be more. I haven't spoken to Nolan. I haven't heard a thing from him since I spoke to him while he was in Dover. He doesn't respond to my messages, but his phone does at least ring out. Is he alive? I don't know. From what I could pick up, it seemed Dennis Houghton had a ticket out of here for Nolan. But I know what LaRue's tickets are like. Maybe I'll see Nolan again one day. Or maybe he's with Ben now. When I started all of this, I believed that I was a good person. Now, I find myself constantly wondering if I'm as bad as LaRue himself. Over the last couple of weeks, my mind has continuously suggested to me that he made the right decisions. That all of the deaths are indeed worth the magnificence of what he has achieved. If LaRue is a monster, then maybe I am too. It's time to make a decision. Whatever the decision is. I'm afraid that I won't be able to update here any longer. If I decide to take LaRue up on his offer, then I will appreciate the need for total secrecy until I can break the story properly. Until it's the right time. And that won't be as a journalist. It will be a book about the life of the world's greatest mind. Because no matter how much I despise the way that LaRue has done things, I can't help but see how brilliant he actually is. Dangerously brilliant. But brilliant all the same. And if I stay, well, I don't think I would be able to go back to reporting about petty crime and local council corruption while I wait for society to melt down. Not after this. It just wouldn't do anything for me anymore. It all seems quite pointless. Everything here seems pointless. But maybe there is meaning. Maybe I can find something from all of this. Maybe one day there will be more.
expect. You have no reason to believe a word I say. And even so, this message may not reach you at all. But I won't let our sacrifices go unheard. I have to leave a record in case I don't make it back to tell you this myself. I have to try. For everyone back home on Earth. For Dr. Bigham. For Weaver. Our mission was top secret, our purpose and destination unknown, until just before launch. We were told we were selected to test the first spacecraft constructed for faster-than-light travel. The mythical Alcubierre Drive, my mentor and colleague, Dr. Avram Bigham, through some miracle of science and technology, had created it. Ever the stubborn mule, Dr. Bigham only reluctantly invited the world's most elite scientists and engineers to finalize the ship's construction, and personally selected the crew from a pool of participants around the globe. Dr. Bigham had been my hero when I was attending university. He had such a fire in his soul for astronomy and would reject all absolutes when it came to physics. Nothing is impossible, was his mantra. He would talk endlessly about how faster-than-light travel could be possible, how humanity could harvest the power of black holes and become the titans of the universe. It was our destiny. His passion was infectious, and so I made it my own life's goal to see humanity finally gain access to the stars. Our endless nights and research finally paid off with the creation of the space research vehicle, Arkham. I was in complete shock, and didn't think any of it was real. Not when we arrived on Luna to begin basic training. Not when we arrived on Titan to begin final preparations. Not until the moment when I was floating naked in the suspended animation tank, preparing for our 4-year trip to the edge of the solar system. There, our journey would truly begin. Hypersleep, in actuality, was nothing like any movie or program I'd ever seen. There was nothing to keep me warm for the 20 minutes it would take to enter hypersleep. My eyes were bound shut with surgical tape, so my only sensation was the piercing cold of the sub-zero degree water. The pain was excruciating, but the only reminder that I was even still alive. I was sure I would die before stasis was triggered. But in that same second, it finally happened. And I felt the inky black of space completely take over. For once, I was happy to be asleep. I don't remember a single dream I've ever had, having been an insomniac for much of my life. But I remember the dream from hypersleep. I was lost at sea. The ocean was deep black and was almost bottomless. There was a sky, but its deep midnight purple hue was almost indistinguishable from the black sea. The darkness masked the shadow of the many creatures I could sense just inches below my feet. Once or twice, I felt what seemed like rows of teeth running ever so softly down my legs. It could have been for just a moment, or maybe an eternity. But without warning or pain, I was pulled downward and plunged straight into the abyss. I didn't dare open my eyes. All I could do was pray for a quick death. The first sense I regained was the wave of warmth that washed over my exposed, water-locked body. I couldn't see yet, but I could feel my fingers were soaked and rubbery from such a long submersion. Quickly afterward, I became aware of a flurry of voices. Some were muffled and distant. Another was close and clearer. It was Weaver, our medical technician, just awakening from hypersleep himself. I remember that he'd been the first doctor to practice on Mars, and as my eyes opened slowly, and his nearly perfect physique at even 50 plus years of age was alluring and helped me bring my other senses into focus. Without warning, my ears were filled with sharp shooting pain. The blaring alarm overhead quickly forced the remaining fogginess to retreat. I knew this alarm. I had heard it before. It was the life support fail system Dr. Bigham and I had designed together. A growing dread replaced the momentary excitement I had only felt seconds ago. I turned over quickly, splashing water everywhere, to see who it was. It was Dr. Bigham. It had happened only once before in recorded spaceflight. But he went into cardiac arrest the exact moment he entered stasis. His heart was now failing without the machines to keep him alive. Weaver was the first to reach him and frantically began performing CPR. It was all in vain, as the all too familiar sound of a flatlining heart monitor were the only things we could hear outside Weaver's desperate pleas. Roberts, the ship's captain, rushed to stop Weaver's endless compressions, knowing it was too late. The next few hours were a haze as the rest of the crew awakened and processed how to go forward. There was a plan, as there always was. There was no joy to be had logging into the mainframe to assume the title of Chief Science Officer. I had hoped to one day lead my own expedition into the void. I never wanted it to be like this. As the other crew were grieving and dealing with post-stasis recovery, I turned the ship on sector by sector and began plotting our course. That's when I noticed it. It was peculiar at first. I wasn't quite sure what to make of it. I tried to align the ship with Alpha Centauri, but the ship's computers kept failing to plot a course. I knew I was doing everything correctly. My very soul had been embedded into this ship. I knew every circuit and every switch on the bridge. Troubled, I looked out into the expanse of interstellar space that lay right in front of me. My eyes searched for familiar constellations and areas I knew I would recognize. Once I found one, I tried tracing it back to the spot where I knew Alpha Centauri was. Only, I didn't find it. I searched every point in the sky. But no matter how long I searched, I could not find Alpha Centauri anywhere. This was impossible. Surely some kind of post-traumatic stress from the voyage in stasis, and now Dr. Bigham's unfortunate passing. As far as our scans could detect, our destination had gone dark. An unease unlike anything I'd ever experienced crept over me. The mysterious nature of our mission and lack of any details before launch was starting to make sense. Dr. Bigham must have known. How many others knew? What else had the doctor been hiding? I said nothing, as the rest of the crew silently entered the presentation room. Roberts was doing her best to maintain appearances, but rumors of romance with the doctor had been floating around for months before our launch. Now, her stark and blank expression was more worrying than normal. "Captain, I need to address the crew." I was shaky and unsure as I spoke. Roberts was a commanding figure within the crew, a no-nonsense stronghold of a woman who could drink me under the table before beating me over the head with it. "It can wait until after the briefing." Her words were stern and cut through the bone. "I'm sorry, with all due respect, but it can't wait. There's something I've just discovered, and that was an order, Blair. Now, please start the presentation and have a seat. You may speak after the briefing." Her words were a swift rebuke of my desperate pleas. For me, that confirmed she already knew what Dr. Bigham was about to posthumously tell us. Quietly, I obeyed her instructions and started the recorded memos the late doctor had left. His haggard face flashed up on the screen, the deep ridges in his skin prominent, and his hazel eyes looking straight into the camera from behind his absurdly oversized glasses. There was a deadly seriousness to his expression, a rarity for him. Whatever the reason for Alpha Centauri's sudden disappearance, it was taking quite the effect on him. The knot of anxiety and dread that had formed in my stomach was now twisting into a monumental sense of grave danger for all of us.
"Fellow crew of the Arkham," It will have been my greatest failure should these recordings ever reach you. For all it means that my life's work and my journey alongside you to Alpha Centauri have failed. Now, I must place upon you the most terrible of burdens.
His words dripped with both heartache and a slowly rising fear. I could hear nothing but the labored breaths of my crew as we listened.
By now, you have cleared the Oort cloud and are in the final preparations to perform the very first hyperspace jump using the immaculately designed jump drive of my own creation. You know this to be your primary and only objective, to oversee the first successful faster-than-light voyage to our closest stellar neighbor, the star system designated Alpha Centauri, then return home. This is only half true.
The bomb, the one we were all waiting for. Of course, there had been more to this mission than just simply testing the drive. Why else had a heavily decorated military commander with extensive combat experience be made the captain of a scientific mission? I looked over at Captain Roberts and was surprised to meet her gaze in return. Her attention could not be further away from Dr. Bigham's posthumous presentation. Instead, she appeared to be studying me, looking for my reaction. Maybe she thought I knew as well that Dr. Bigham had already told me before the mission. My confused and puzzled face must have surprised her, as she turned away the same second our eyes had met.
What you're about to hear is considered top secret by every recognized sovereign body on Earth. 4 years before the start of our voyage, an amateur astronomer reported a strange finding to NASA. It seemed that our nearest stellar neighbor, Alpha Centauri, had suddenly, and without warning, vanished from sight.
There was a murmur of conversation amongst the crew now. An entire star system vanished? Impossible. Surely a miscalculation. Hearing these words coming from Dr. Bigham's mouth, I still didn't believe it. There was no precedent for this. A star cannot simply vanish, especially not the star closest to us. Dr. Bigham paused for a few moments, allowing us to absorb the full weight of what his words meant. I noticed his hands trembling, a condition he had kept hidden from most. They hadn't stopped shaking the entire video.
Repeated attempts to locate the binary star system have all failed. Proxima Centauri, the third member of the system, is still detectable, but we have been receiving strange oddities and fluctuations in output. You may remember some years back when astronomers reported similar findings from Tabby's star. Your primary destination is now Proxima Centauri, specifically the region of the planet located within the red dwarf's habitable zone. You will make your initial observations there. A crew of 2 will then board the ship's emergency shuttle, which has also been outfitted with a jump drive, and chart a route to the site of Alpha Centauri. You will record any data there is to be obtained, then report back to the Arkham. If all succeeds, you will then chart a course back to your present location to begin the journey back to Titan. The severity of your situation must not be underestimated. There is no natural or physical phenomenon that we have ever recorded that is remotely capable of producing this anomaly. Besides, there is something even more disturbing. I've traced star maps from all across history, and there is a direct line of stars that have all seemingly disappeared throughout the galaxy that led directly to Alpha Centauri. This anomaly, whatever it is, does appear to be spreading. I'm sure I don't have to tell you which system is closest to Proxima Centauri. Also, there is the nature of the jump drive themselves. All you need to know is that they are powered by an extremely volatile engine, and miscalculations and impact debris are high-risk factors. So, you must proceed with the utmost caution. You are all truly in no man's land now.
The doctor took a long pause, perhaps growing weary from the weight of this information. He ran his hands through his thinning curly gray hair, then took one final look at the camera.
One can only hope these files never reach you, and that we will together solve this mystery. But if not, If these truly are my last words to you, then Godspeed.
With that, the screen went blank, and a heavily uncomfortable silence cloaked the entire room. The one sound that registered with me were the occasional beeps from the ship. Roberts was the first to speak up. "Blair, you may now address the crew," she said with just a hint of sarcasm. "No need now. Dr. Bigham pretty much covered it," I said blankly, still locked into a gaze with the blank screen. My mind was racing over the possibilities, over what could have happened to Alpha Centauri and the other stars Dr. Bigham had mentioned. What was more troubling to me was the mention of Tabby's star, which has indeed recorded bizarre fluctuations in light output. Some have speculated that an advanced alien race could be constructing a Dyson swarm around the star, though no solid theories have ever been conclusively proven or disproven. This was something completely different though. Tabby's star was still detectable, whereas two whole stars from a system were now entirely gone. Proxima Centauri, a low-mass red dwarf, appeared to be next, but as it was not visible to the naked eye, we would have no idea of what we would see until we got there. Roberts took notice of the shocked expression of the entire crew, and, for the first time, spoke with just the slightest hint of concern in her voice. Dr. Bigham left detailed instructions for everyone to follow in the event of his death. Does anyone have any questions before we begin? It didn't take long for the first protest to start. Torrance, the ship's pilot and Roberts, second in command, was the first. "Are you kidding me? This is insane. There is no way we can go through with this mission now that we just lost our only scientist." His fear and anger were clear as he almost spat through his teeth. Torrance and I had once both been peers of Dr. Bigham before I was chosen to be his assistant. Our already fragile and competitive relationship quickly soured after that, and Torrance threw himself headfirst into piloting. "I agree, we have no clue what to expect when we get there, and now we've lost Dr. Bigham. I think we should test the jump drive to get back to Seoul. It would be a far better course of action now, in light of what's happened." I was surprised to hear Weaver joining in with Torrance. Weaver had a reputation for being rash and making risky choices that ended up saving countless lives. But now, he too was cloaked in the same fear everyone else was. "We cannot risk damaging the ship by flying through the Oort cloud. That's precisely why we had to wait until we had cleared it to begin the mission. As you have already been told, there are specific instructions." Torrance cut Roberts off, which was something no one had ever dared to do. The rest of the crew, shocked at his bravado, just looked on as their dispute continued to escalate. "I don't care. This is well beyond normal circumstances. Not only is the man who built this ship dead, but this whole mission was also all a lie. I would have never signed up for this if I had known the truth. And I'm sure most of you wouldn't have either." Torrance looked to be out of breath as he finished. He was scared, I could tell. Whatever concern and humanity Roberts had displayed earlier was swiftly replaced with her usual icy demeanor. "But you did sign up for this mission. You signed an ironclad contract. Now, of course, I cannot force you to participate. Our superiors are trillions of miles away. If you refuse, however, we will forcibly place you back into stasis until the completion of this mission, and I'll return to Titan, where you will be placed under arrest and stripped of your title, status, and all privileges." I have to admit, there was something provocative and sensual the way Roberts took control of any situation. I could see Torrance beginning to shrink in the presence of such a commanding woman. No doubt the both of them wanted to curb stomp the other. Still, Torrance had never been able to read the room. And so he continued on his tirade. "I'd like to see you try. Seriously, I'll fight every single one of you. No one's forcing me to do anything." Torrance was really trying to put on a brave front, but it just shattered completely in the face of someone who was clearly bigger, more powerful, and more intimidating than him. If someone didn't interject soon, This was not going to end well. As Roberts began making a motion towards Torrance, thinking on my feet, I jumped up to place myself between the two. "Stop, both of you. This isn't helping." My voice was shaky, and I didn't feel near the confidence I was trying to project. Roberts, taken aback, could only stare at me with her mouth slightly agape. Torrance, however, looked poised to attack at any moment. My feet stood firm though, and I continued. "Torrance, I know you're scared. I'm scared too. You heard what Dr. Begum said. This isn't about us. It's about everyone else back on Earth. Screw you, Blair. What else do you know? You had your hand so far up Dr. Begum's ass. He must have told you everything." Torrance was becoming even more aggressive. I knew it was only a matter of time before Roberts forced her way back between us. "I didn't know. I swear. I only found out just before you did. I wouldn't have agreed to come either had I known the truth." I lied, hoping Torrance would take the bait. Nothing short of a gamma ray burst would have stopped me from joining this mission. "We all signed the same contract, Torrance, and there are 10 billion people that are counting on us. Not to mention everything that will be within our grasp once this ship is fully activated. The whole Milky Way galaxy, Andromeda, the local group, maybe even the entire observable universe. I know you, Torrance, and I know there's no way you wouldn't want to be a part of that. We need you." I stopped, allowing Torrance to absorb what I had just said. His shoulders began to relax, and I could sense his breathing returning to normal. Roberts looked on suspiciously. "Well, now that we've all regained composure, we will initiate the first jump to Proxima Centauri in T-1 hour. You may begin your preparations. Dismissed." Roberts didn't stay any longer and disappeared into her personal quarters. Not able to stand the thought of everyone staring at me, I left without a word and headed to the bridge. As I mindlessly brought all the systems online, the only thing I could think about was Alpha Centauri. Nothing but titanic darkness lay in the spot where our closest neighbor once was. What could have possibly caused an entire binary star system to disappear? The only real option in my head was some sort of black hole encounter. Maybe a rogue black hole that remained undetected disrupted the system, sending Alpha Centauri A and B into interstellar space. Even that remote possibility stretched my suspicion of disbelief well beyond its limits. The bridge doors opened, but I didn't register it at first, so the hand on my shoulder was quite a jolt. I jumped back to see Sydney, the most senior astronaut outside Roberts. She hasn't said a word during the presentation and resulting aftermath, but I could tell from her pale expression that she harbored fear of her own. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you," she sputtered sincerely. Sydney was the exact opposite of Roberts in almost every conceivable way, and in many respects reminded me a great deal of Dr. Begum. She had joined the NASA space program right out of college and was the first woman to set foot on the Titan at just 27 years old. The subsequent decade spent in space had taken a toll on her physical appearance, but her natural curiosity of the unknown still kept her from settling down. "It's okay," I assured her, turning my head back towards the expanse of space. I could sense Sydney was equally entranced by the view before us. Despite our now unprecedented and worrying circumstances, it was still a marvel of technical achievement to be able to see what we're seeing. The countless specks of glimmering light shining from hundreds and thousands of light years away were a living time capsule of an era long past. "Is everything ready?" Sydney asked half-heartedly. I could sense her unease. It was cold and familiar. "Yeah, just waiting for the rest of the crew to join us before we begin charging up the engine." It felt hollow just saying those words, as I had no idea what was even powering this ship. Dr. Begum had cherished my devotion to him and his dream, but for some reason hadn't thought it prudent to include me in every aspect of its construction. This had infuriated me before.
But now, it only fueled my growing discomfort at having to fill in his shoes. This was truly a case of the blind leading the blind. What do you think happened to it? Her voice trembled. Alpha Centauri? I have no idea. I have my theories, each one more implausible than the next. I finally turned to face her, but she kept her gaze forward. Sydney's almost ruby hair fell into curls all the way down to her neck, framing her narrow face. Her eyes looked glazed over, like she was seeing beyond space, beyond the cosmic horizon. I don't think I want to know. Whatever it is, it can't be good. Sydney couldn't have known just how right she was. The rest of the crew began filling in one by one, with Roberts being the last to join us. She was still trying to hide her pain behind a wall of emotional indifference, but smeared eyeliner betrayed her true heart of hearts. I felt for her and admired her supreme courage. Torrance, however, made his contempt well known, rudely brushing past me as he made his way to his co-pilot chair. Roberts made her way to the front of the bridge before stopping to gaze into the abyss. I wondered what monsters, if any, gazed back onto her. Blair, are we ready to begin? She asked blankly, not even looking back at us as she strapped herself in her chair. All systems are online and ready, I replied. Torrance, have we aligned the ship with Proxima Centauri? Torrance let out a reluctant yes, with as much venom as he could muster. Good. Begin the charging sequence, Blair. My fingers hovered over the buttons needed to trigger the charging sequence. This was the moment we had all been waiting for. We were about to engage in the first faster-than-light voyage to another star system. This was bigger than the moon landing, bigger than anything humanity had ever attempted before. But more than that, our entire perspective of the universe was about to change in a single moment. It was a terrifying prospect, and I wasn't sure I even wanted to know what awaited us at Proxima Centauri. Blair, is there a problem? Roberts asked curtly. No problem, Captain. Then please begin the charging sequence. That had been the first time I had ever heard her utter the word please. Even under the circumstances, I was very much enjoying this less hardened version of Roberts. Without saying a word, I began the charging sequence. My anxiety was through the roof, and I had trouble staying focused, entering in the wrong sequence of codes more than once. It took close to 2 minutes before the telltale sounds of the particle accelerator connecting from the bridge to the engine room began blaring in our ears. The entire bridge began to vibrate, slowly at first, but increased in intensity as the drive powered on. I looked around me, studying the crew. Some of them had locked their eyes onto me, but turned away the second mine had intercepted their own. Torrance's expression had changed from just barely contained anger to outright hostility. Sydney was still staring ahead into space along with Roberts. I only caught a glimpse of Weaver before he turned away, but his expression was one of both abject terror and hesitation. At long last, the charging sequence had completed, and the ship's computer informed us that the jump drive was now ready for initiation. I looked back to Roberts, who turned her head just slightly in my direction. On my command, she said. I took the longest, deepest breath I had ever taken in my life, then braced my mind, body and soul for whatever was about to come next. Roberts couldn't have known it at the time, but her next words sealed her fate, as well as ours. Initiate. There was no pause, no hesitation this time, just the flip of a single switch. All at once, the sounds coming from the particle accelerator increased by almost 100-fold. My teeth were threatening to shatter from the intense vibration that echoed through every part of my body.
I could hear the surging discomfort coming from the crew. Sydney had begun hyperventilating and needed oxygen fast. But before I was able to disengage her emergency mask, the jump drive activated. What followed next was an experience that bordered somewhere between pure ecstasy and a living nightmare. From the back of the ship, an enormous force started pulling us backward. I was sure I was about to face right through my chair. Space itself distorted in front of us as our view of the universe contracted and then expanded. The pressure was gargantuan, like being on a roller coaster going 1,000 miles per hour. My skin had flattened against my body, the way it does when you run your hands underneath an air dryer. I couldn't even turn my head an inch to see the rest of the crew, and the roar of the ship masked any cries they made. Trillions of miles flew past in an instant, closing the gap between us and Proxima Centauri. This was it, our monumental achievement in engineering. Against all odds, it had worked. At first, the space in front of us remained dark and empty. After what felt like only seconds, a pale red dot appeared on the horizon. Proxima Centauri loomed ahead, growing bigger and brighter with each passing second. The ship's computer reminded me to begin deceleration, and with great difficulty, I moved my fingers over the switch and immediately felt the ship begin to slow down. Just moments later, the entire ship jolted and sparks began to fly from overhead. Something had impacted the ship. This was not good. A second later, another impact caused another shower of sparks to shower down all around us. Screams from some of the crew, mostly Sydney, reverberated all around me. This had not been foreseen, as there were no detectable asteroid fields along our projected path. Our calculations had been so precise. From over the chorus of voices and screams, I could hear Roberts attempting to give out orders to remain calm, but they fell upon deaf ears. Warning, damage critical. Engage emergency deceleration. This wasn't good. Our shield generator was failing. Blair, engage the emergency stop, Roberts ordered from underneath an auditorium of sparks. We can't stop at these speeds. The G-forces will destroy the ship. Roberts protested, but I knew what would happen if I listened to her. We could do nothing but wait, pray we had cleared the debris field, and stay calm. The ship stopped jolting, and once the ship reached the minimum safe speed, I disengaged the jump drive. The ship lurched forward violently, nearly ripping us out of our seats. The structural integrity of the ship had held up, but only just. Multiple systems were offline, and all of our communication channels were down. I unbuckled myself quickly to begin surveying the damage, blocking out the cries and attempts at Roberts to maintain control. There were more important things to deal with right now. As far as I could see, our storage compartment housing our ground survey equipment was compromised. So there was no telling how much equipment we had just lost. The shuttle was fully operational from what I could tell, as was the jump drive itself. But the backup generators and reserve cooling system needed to be repaired before we could even think about booting up the drive again. It was when I heard Weaver pushing himself in between Roberts and Torrance that I knew I had to intervene. I shouted for everyone to shut up and listen. As best as I could, I told them what we had to do right now if we wanted to stand a chance at getting back home. The energy in the room changed instantly. Despite the near-death experience and growing feuds, the crew immediately sprang into action. Roberts took advantage of this to assert control, but I could tell from several faces that this wouldn't last long. Torrance and I went to assess the cargo hold, hoping that the breach was small. We were dismayed to find the compartment had been wrecked by the breach. Several small holes had created enough suction to pull most of the equipment to the walls. Sparks were flying everywhere, and from the looks of it, our planetary surveillance rover was in pieces all over the ceiling. We would need to patch the holes before we could enter. Weaver joined us as Roberts watched on from the cockpit. She had continued to bark orders at everyone, but she was losing her cool, as most of them had gone unheard or ignored. There was nothing she hated more than losing her authority. Torrance was back to his passive-aggressive routine, so that left only Weaver and me to try and maintain the peace. As we worked, my eyes kept drifting to Proxima Centauri, enraptured by its glowing red light and dominance of the pitch-black sky. We managed to patch all the holes and repressurize the compartment. Not that it did us much good. All of our data collection modules and survey equipment had been trashed, leaving us with no way to scan the planets in the Proxima Centauri system. Not that it would matter anyways. When we were back aboard the ship, Sydney dropped yet another bomb on the crew. The planet that had been our original destination was no longer detectable, just like Alpha Centauri A and B. By this point, I had lost my ability to be shocked. Torrance, in a fit of anger, swung at Weaver as he tried to come in between him and Roberts again. I dove in to try and block him and ended up getting the full brunt of his fist to my left temple. The last thing I remember is my body hitting the floor before the pitch black took over again. No dreams this time, thankfully. When I awoke, Weaver was standing over me, looking as striking as ever. He smiled at me, a smile I returned in kind. Had our circumstances been different, I'd be resisting a powerful urge to kiss him. Instead, the weight of our situation collapsed on top of me almost instantly. Weaver said that Torrance was in isolation, with Roberts just one click away from placing him back into stasis. As I got up, the wave of searing pain in my temples nearly put me back on the table. Weaver gave me some beautiful pink pill that instantly put my throbbing headache at ease. Roberts wants us all back on the bridge as soon as you're ready, Weaver replied. I silently agreed and left with him at once. When we arrived back on the bridge, Torrance had been let out of isolation, but was still brooding in the corner by himself. I could feel the hate radiating off of him while Roberts looked almost disabled and not her usual self. As soon as she saw me, she walked right over and pulled me away from Weaver. Blair, I know Dr. Bigham personally selected you for this portion of the mission. However, after Torrance's outburst and the discovery of the missing planets, I'm overriding his directives and will be accompanying Torrance myself. I thought she was kidding at first, but her stern and cold expression said otherwise. With all due respects, Captain Roberts, Dr. Bigham stated. Roberts cut me off before I could even protest. I know what he said. I was there. I know how to collect and analyze data, Blair. What I don't know are the ins and outs of the ship. And if something happens to you before the ship is operational again, we might never get back to Earth. Also, there is the matter of Torrance. His behavior is unpredictable at this point, and if he gets in the way of the mission, I'm not sure you'll be able to do what is necessary to prevent him from interfering. She was right. Torrance may have hated me by that point, but I didn't think I was capable of what Roberts could effortlessly do in the same situation. So I silently nodded my head in agreement, knowing there was nothing I could do to change her mind. There was still plenty of work that needed to be done on the ship. That much was true. Sydney and I would also have ample opportunity to collect what data we could from the Proxima Centauri system and hopefully repair some of the damaged modules. Still, part of me yearned to see what had become of Alpha Centauri, if there was anything else left to see. Robert asked for a status update on repairs, which I told her were still ongoing, but that the shuttle was up and ready for launch. Torrance made a scene as usual when told it would be him and Roberts piloting the shuttle to the Alpha Centauri system, but was otherwise undisruptive. Roberts then told everyone that once she was off the ship, I was effectively in charge until she was back. I was to oversee the final repairs and collect what data we could. I walked the two of them to the loading dock silently, watched them suit up, then bade them one final goodbye. Roberts nodded her head in return, but I was surprised when Torrance spoke up. "Good luck, soldier." There was something so stark, so brutal, the way he said those famous last words. I could only straighten my back and smile in return. The airlock doors slid into place, cutting off contact with my fellow crew for the last time. When I returned to the bridge, Weaver and Sydney were already gone, leaving just the technician Stanton and I to see the shuttle off. It was beyond breathtaking, observing faster-than-light travel from a distance. 1 second, the shuttle was drifting off in the distance. All at once, the space around it warped like the usual gravity lensing we see from black holes, but only for a brief moment. Space returned to normal as quickly as it had distorted, and a brilliant flash of concentrated light blasted off across the expanse of black space. That was the moment everything began to click into place. "Come with me, Stanton," I said, and began heading out the exit. I always had a large stride, so I was out the door before he could even respond. "Where are we going?" he asked as he followed behind. "We're going to see what makes this ship tick." Perhaps curiosity truly did kill the cat, because that was all Stanton needed. He followed me wordlessly as we navigated the labyrinthine network of passageways and chutes to the engine compartment. Dr. Bigham had made it known he wanted it to be as difficult as possible for anyone other than him to be able to access this area of the ship, and for all intents and purposes, he succeeded. After what felt like an hour, we finally made it to a long, dark and narrow corridor leading to the engine room. The door required a series of complex puzzles, almost like a video game, along with the chief science officer's code that was now mine. I almost laughed out loud, realizing how silly and over the top this all was. But that was the doctor, heart, body and soul. At last, the familiar hissing of the hydraulics sounded that the door was opening. What lay before us was about the most mundane and boring room you could ever hope to find on a ship. Dr. Bigham, the troll, was definitely starting to come out. The whole room was white, save for a perfectly round black spherical area that filled the entire middle of the room and dipped significantly into the floor, at least a yard or more. A manual computer station, hidden behind a wall, began unfolding its way out as we walked into the room. Stanton and I stood in awe, or maybe befuddlement. I'm not sure which. The sphere was a series of segmented plates, made of what looked like marble. I ran my fingers over it, and could feel it was still warm to touch, despite it having been hours since the ship had stopped. I was trying to piece together how any of this made sense, when I looked to the floor and saw a series of words written all around the spherical dip. It was the same phrase repeated over and over again. Outer event horizon limit. The pieces began fitting together almost perfectly. The particle accelerator, the event horizon room, the jump drive. It was such a feat of engineering, yet elegant in its simplicity. My mouth dropped just slightly. "Freaking incredible," was all I could say. What is it?" Stanton asked. "It's a black hole. That's what powers the jump drive. It warps the space around the ship, then the particle accelerator propels the ship forward. It's freaking brilliant, actually. Holy shit, should we even be in here?" Stanton was beginning to sound panicked, and I don't blame him. As impressive as it was scary just how close to an actual potential black hole we were standing. Probably not, but I'm sure it's turned off. How do you know? We wouldn't be standing here right now if it was. Our atoms would be smashed all over the room. This seemed to calm him. I wanted to explore more, but then the ship's intercom blared overhead.
Blair, Stanton, we need you in the observation room.
It was Sydney's voice, sounding garbled and worried over the speaker. We left without a word, navigating our way back to the central hub much faster than before. When we arrived, Weaver and Sydney were off in separate corners of the room. Sydney, hovering over her computer screens, looked almost startled to see us come in. "What's the problem?" I asked, fearing more bad news. "Well, I'm not sure. It's hard to explain." Sydney seemed flustered and on the verge of a breakdown. We all were, from the looks of it. When we arrived, I began plotting out a star map to see what the constellations looked like from here. For the most part, there was little variation. "Was?" I responded. I wasn't liking where this was going. "Yeah, well, when I was playing back some of the first recordings, I noticed stars that seemed to disappear and reappear, almost at identical intervals. I can't explain it. The whole star vanishes and then reappears just as quickly. It's like something is moving in front of it. But if that were the case, not only would it have to be beyond gigantic, but it would have to be much, much closer to us." Sydney stumbled over her words as if she herself didn't believe what she was saying. Even after everything that had already happened, this was yet more fuel to add to our growing nightmare. I was about to interject when the overhead intercom sounded again, this time from the ship's automated computer. "Danger, collision with shuttle imminent. T-minus 10 minutes until impact." What? Are they back already? Sydney and the rest of us began rushing to the observation deck. We gazed from inside the nearly 2-foot thick glass for the shuttle. If they were adrift without the ability to maneuver, then we would have to go spacewalk to retrieve it from hitting the ship. But the other possibilities that sprang from this were far worse. What happened to Roberts and Torrance? Why were they back already? Why couldn't they control the ship? We scanned the black horizon for any sign of the shuttle. It was Stanton that spotted it first. "There it is," he said as he pointed upwards off to our left. Sure enough, just barely visible and about quarter of a mile out of the shuttle, drifting slowly towards us. The emergency lights could be seen flashing, but other than that, it looked completely abandoned. "What do you think happened?" Sydney inquired. "I don't know. Weaver, you come with me. Stanton and Sydney, you both make sure the docking area is prepped." We broke into our groups and made haste. Weaver and I suited up and entered the cold vacuum of space yet again in record time. As soon as we tethered the ship, we propelled ourselves towards the approaching shuttle. As we got closer, several things became clear all at once. The airlock doors were open, leaving the cockpit completely compromised. I scanned for any damage, but so far, the shuttle looked to be in fine working condition. Weaver entered before me and began locking the doors so we could re-establish the atmosphere and boot the ship's computer back up. I ordered him to keep his suit on, just in case. I had no idea what to expect and wanted us to be as protected as possible. My instincts turned out to be correct. As I was gathering the shuttle's flight recorder to take back with us, Weaver had tended to search the shuttle for our missing comrades. Just as I was removing the shuttle's flight recorder from its wall panel, a commotion sprung up behind me. I spun around to see Weaver now being throttled by another figure in a spacesuit, who I assumed to be either Torrance given his prior behavior. From the looks of it, they had been hiding in a storage locker and jumped Weaver once he opened the door. I reached for the electrical prod from a utility belt, but Weaver was slammed right into me by the suited figure before I could, knocking me to the floor and nearly taking the wind out of me. Weaver was short of breath and could only give me a confused, desperate look before he was launched to the other side of the cabin, banging up against the airlock. Standing above me now was the suited figure, whose visor had been pulled all the way down, masking their identity. I motioned to get up, but was slammed down to the ground by the figure, stomping on my arm and almost fracturing it. In its right hand was the utility axe equipped with all our spacesuits. Just as the axe began to swing down on my head, its body began surging and jolting. From behind, I could see Weaver ramming his electrical prod into the figure over and over again, but nothing seemed to faze it. Seizing the moment, I unclipped my own axe and with only seconds to spare, slammed the metal edge into the side of the figure's helmet, shattering the visor, and finally, the suited menace slumped to the floor, me alongside it. For a moment, it was all quiet.
Weaver, start the docking procedure.
I managed to wheeze out. Weaver went to the cockpit, and within moments, I could feel the ship beginning to automatically pilot towards the loading docks. My gaze, however, was still locked onto the now smashed visor of our attacker. The looming form of the faceless, reflective black suit was terrifying enough. But it was what I didn't see that truly horrified me. I was gazing into the dark space where the person wearing the suit's face should have been, but there was nothing there. I crawled over the figure, expecting it to leap back to life at any moment. It lay still as I brought my face inches to the visor, still staring into that blank void. There was nothing. No eyes, no skin, no face, nothing. I reached into the visor, fingers outstretched. The very tip of my pointer finger made contact with something invisible and fleshy. That was enough for me to recoil my hand back and shriek out loud.
What? What's wrong?
Weaver had sprung into action at the sound of my distress, hands locked onto his prod. I just shook my head and backed into a corner. The shuttle jolted as it docked with the Arkham, and I could hear the airlock pressurize and the voices of Sydney and Stanton sound off from just beyond the doors. But nothing could rip my eyes from the horror of what lay in front of me. "Blair, are you hurt? What's wrong?" Weaver had never sounded more concerned, and it was this concern that finally snapped me out of my daze. The airlock doors opened, and Sydney rushed in, followed by Stanton. "Is everyone okay? We heard fighting over the intercom." Sydney was surveying the scene and saw the crumpled figure in front of us. "Who's that?" "We're not sure yet. They attacked us both as we were getting the shuttle back to the docking platform," Weaver explained. "There's nothing there," I said under my breath. "What? What do you mean?" Weaver asked as he looked towards our suited attacker. But I could see the flash of recognition go across his face as he saw what I saw. "What? What happened?" Sydney began, but she too saw that nothing was inhabiting the suit. Stanton began moving towards it, but I urged him to stop. I simply grabbed the cord that had tethered us to the ship and began wrapping it around the suit. "What are you doing?" Sydney sounded almost accusatory. "I'm not taking any chances." Weaver joined me in tying up our attacker, and once we were sure it was secure, both of us dragged the suit to the medical bay. Strapped to a table, we tried to break off the suit, but something had happened that had infused multiple parts of the suit and shredded it in other places. Weaver had found some baking powder and used it to spread a layer over where the face of the wearer should be. Sure enough, the form of Robert's face became clear as Weaver coated it with the powder, though her features were warped, and upon closer inspection, her skin appeared to be moving and distorting. I was baffled. The behavior of the suited figure had led me to suspect it was Torrance, but clearly it was not. Now, an even darker question loomed. As he could read my mind, Stanton spoke first. "If this is Roberts, then where's Torrance?" Nobody had an answer. I remembered the flight recorder, grabbed it without a word, then turned to leave. "Stay here and guard her, or whatever that is. I'm getting some goddamn answers," I spat out. I was beyond scared, beyond terrified, beyond confused. The events surrounding us were only getting stranger by the minute. Whatever happened on the shuttle at Alpha Centauri, I knew it held the answers we sought. Footsteps sounded behind me, and I looked to see Weaver running up alongside me. "I'm coming with you." "No, please, wait with the others. If that thing wakes up, Sydney and Stanton can handle it. Besides, I want to know what happened on that shuttle too." I smiled and silently admired Weaver for his natural curiosity and spirit despite these dire circumstances. We walked briskly back to the central hub, flight recorder in tow, and began the process of accessing the data. The Arkham's communication systems were still completely offline, and so we had to upload the data manually. While we waited, I began pulling up the video archives. Weaver and I watched as Roberts and Torrance took off in the shuttle as they approached the binary star system. That was when things began to shift. The video files became increasingly corrupted, and Roberts and Torrance faded in and out of sea of multicolor static. The audio, though corrupted as well, remained audible, at least for the most horrific parts. Roberts was heard over the recorder, shouting and screaming unintelligibly, while Torrance tried to get her under control. The cabin rocked back and forth, as if pushed from something on the outside.
"What's happening? The ship stopped. All systems down. Roberts, what?"
Roberts looked to be in a trance from the few clips that managed to get through the static. A split second later, she was gone. It was as if she just phased out of existence.
"Roberts, where the hell? Roberts! Roberts!"
The audio cut off for a moment, only to resume with the sounds of horrified yelling in the shuttle's computer systems.
"Warning, airlock systems deactivated. Cabin depressurizing in 30 seconds. What are you? Stop! Roberts! What are you doing? Stop! No!"
The last split-second image we saw before the video cut out for good was of a suited Roberts by the airlock doors and a frantic Torrance grabbing hold of his seat for dear life before the airlock doors opened, sucking Torrance out of the frame and into the void of space. I thankfully looked away before the worst of it, but judging from the look on Weaver's face, he'd gotten a full look at Torrance's rapid decompression as his screams of agony were sharply cut off. The video and audio stopped after that. The silence in the room was deafening. Once more, all I could detect was our shallow breaths as we absorbed the horror show that had unfolded before us. "What the hell?" was all Weaver could muster. A message flashed on the computer screen, telling us that the data had been fully processed and was ready. Hesitantly, I moved the cursor to the files, and one by one, numerous screens and charts began loading onto my screen. From what I could gather, as the shuttle had approached the site of Alpha Centauri, long-range telescopes began picking up two small bodies of mass in the exact position of the two stars. Though the temperature readings were cooler than any stellar body detected, and the size of the objects were roughly the same as Earth, they both had a mass far greater than anything a planet could substance. It took me a bit longer than normal to come up with the hypothesis, but once it emerged, it nearly took my breath away. I sat back in my chair, shaking my head in disbelief at what I was looking at. Something that had never been discovered before. Something that shouldn't even exist yet. "That's not possible," I whispered to myself. "What? What's not possible?" Weaver was scared, but his fear was nothing compared to mine. I was silent for a moment more, still in utter shock at this newfound discovery. Alpha Centauri. It's still there, but it's become a black dwarf. An icy chill ran all down my body and back up my spine as I said those last words. What's a black dwarf? I didn't expect him to know what it meant. How could he? It was an almost empty and unexplored area of the celestial sciences. It shouldn't exist. It couldn't exist. It was a complete impossibility. This was no lie, however. No trick. No deception. The very first black dwarf discovered by men was less than half a light year away. Black dwarfs are the stellar remnants of white dwarfs after they've cooled to almost absolute zero It's the final stage of all stars that don't turn into black holes, I explained. So what's the problem? The problem is, these things shouldn't exist yet. The time it takes for a white dwarf to cool is estimated to far exceed the known age of the universe. We're talking quadrillions of years here. But that's impossible. Apparently not, I sarcastically remarked, though the humor was lost amongst the tension and fear that had taken hold since the moment I had awoken from hypersleep. It felt like some fever dream, an ungodly nightmare that I kept hoping and praying would end, that I would awake in my hypersleep chamber, that Dr. Bigham would still be alive, and we would be on our way to make history, ensuring our names are engraved within science books for all time. Reality had been a cruel mistress, and I had an awful feeling she wasn't done yet. What do we do? Weaver sounded more desperate than ever, though I had no answers to offer this time. I don't know if there's anything we can do. If whatever caused this change has made its way to Proxima. My words trailed off. The mysterious fluctuations in light output, the shifting constellations Sydney had reported. Somewhere, something primordial was awakening. Just as those insidious thoughts penetrated my mind, the now ominous voice of the ship's computer sounded off once more. Attention, all personnel report to medical bay. Several crew members have experienced catastrophic injury. Catastrophic injury? I cringed and shuddered at what that could entail. Weaver and I gave one wordless glance to each other before jolting upwards and running down the long corridors to the medical bay. When the doors opened automatically, my eyes were immediately assaulted with a sense of horror I'd only ever seen in movies. I could only register the image of blood coating nearly every surface before the churning in my stomach overpowered me, and I twisted downwards to void the contents of my stomach. Though I was sure I caught the glimpse of what looked like a severed arm hanging off a table. Weaver didn't handle it much better than I did, and we both nearly fell backward into the corridor, the stench of iron clinging to the air. What the actual fuck? I'd never heard Weaver curse before. He had remained so composed, more so than all of us. Yet, it was this breakdown and curse that truly broke me. At the moment, I was convinced none of us were getting back to Earth alive. Sydney, Stanton, Torrance, Roberts, whatever has inhabited her form, was now loose aboard the ship. There's no telling where it could be now. I darted my head, looking down the corridors, half expecting it to come around the corner at any moment. Airlock breached. Warning, depressurization in loading dock. The blaring alarm and booming voice from the computer barely registered at first. It took Weaver shaking me and grabbing me off of the floor to break me free. We gotta go! Come on, Blair! Weaver was reasserting control, and it was all I needed to free my mind. We both grabbed our helmets and began running towards the loading docks. We turned the corner when the airtight doors dropped down almost directly in front of us. Just a few steps further and it would have split us right down the middle. Ship atmosphere compromised, sealing all airtight doors. From behind the now sealed doors, we could hear the pull of space sucking everything it could into the vacuum. A loud bang came from the doors. Whatever was on the other side, it knew we were here and it was coming for us. My heart skipped a beat and I contemplated the entirety of my life and everything that had led to this moment. I was half tempted to throw open the doors and launch myself into space, letting the void carry me into eternity. Something else was stirring inside of me though. A feeling I had never known before. It felt animalistic and raw. No, I wasn't ready to give up just yet. The fight to survive overpowered my fear for the first time. One way or another, this was going to end right here and now. Thinking on my feet, I called to Weaver. "Put your helmet on. I've got an idea." Weaver didn't question it and fastened his helmet on just as quickly as I did. We both hitched ourselves to the wall, and once I was in place, I silently looked over at Weaver Now unsure if this was a good idea, I peered deep into his eyes, looking for any sign that I should stop. But he only nodded to me, and that was all I needed to feel that surge of adrenaline again. My heart now racing and the heat in my head swelling, I took the plunge and deactivated the airtight doors. The moment they opened, the cold vacuum of space roared back to life, pulling us with great force towards it. The suction only lasted a few seconds, and soon the weightlessness of zero gravity surrounded us both. Looking ahead, I could only see Roberts, or what she had now become, floating in the doorway. Large chunks of the suit had been ripped off, and now the form that inhabited her remains looked more menacing than ever. There was no warning, no sound, nothing. All at once, the form charged full speed ahead towards us. I braced myself for impact, but couldn't have predicted the force at which it slammed into me. The jumbled mass of ripped fabric and bent metal began lunging at me, doing whatever it could to land as much damage as possible. I reached for my utility axe, but this time it had expected this and ripped it right out of my hands. Its gloved fists started pummeling into my suit and visor. Just as I thought, it would shatter the visor as I had done before. Weaver charged in from my side and slammed my attacker into the wall. My head was spinning from the attack and I couldn't see straight at first. I watched as Weaver attempted to subdue the creature, but with no success. After trying to break his visor with its fist and failing, it tried a new tactic and began slamming its face over and over into Weaver's. I knew he only had seconds left. Summoning all the strength I could, I propped my feet against the wall and launched my body with as much force as I could muster towards the airlock. Arms outstretched, I grabbed hold of the suited menace and carried us away through the corridor and towards the open mouth of space. Just before we reached the gateway, the suit twisted around and pushed us into the airlock walls. It started banging its head into mine with such ferocity. One crack appeared, then two, then more. At that moment, I surrendered to my fate. I said a small prayer for Weaver and reached for my prod. This was it. I was on the edge of oblivion, and I wasn't taking any prisoners. With every last bit of energy I had left, I activated the prod and pushed it straight into the open visor and deep into the suit. The suit convulsed, and through the small bit of powder still left, I watched as a look of pure agony was permanently etched into her face. Just as quickly as it began, its arms went limp and the convulsions stopped. The now motionless form drifted slowly backward and through the gateway, out of the ship, and into space. I was becoming lightheaded from the escaping oxygen and quickly closed the airlock doors to re-establish the atmosphere. I tried to stand up, but my body was beginning to crash from the adrenaline spike. So I tumbled down onto the floor as the gravity turned back on. My breathing became shallow, and once again, I was ready to surrender. Though it lasted only half a minute at best, the fight felt like I had climbed Mount Everest in a single minute. My heart was throbbing and at a risk of exploding through my ribs. The motion of someone removing my helmet and the rush of fresh air now filling my lungs brought me clarity. I looked up to see Weaver's worried but smiling face just inches from mine, and thought at that moment that I'd never seen a more handsome man in my life. I smiled back and laughed. Weaver laughed in return, and for once, the tension and dread that had filled us both was momentarily gone. He pulled me back to my feet, and slowly we made our way back to the central hub. I locked the doors and sealed the windows, though I'm not sure why. They wouldn't do us much good against whatever force of nature lurked just beyond. We both slunk to the floor, exhausted and unsure of what to say or do next. Weaver was the first to break the silence with a single question. "So, what is your hypothesis, Doctor?" He was attempting to be funny and let out a forced chuckle that I returned in kind. But to be fair, it was a valid question. I had been so lost in confusion and panic that I never really thought about the possibilities. What had happened to Captain Roberts? What had corrupted her, and why? What thing transformed Alpha Centauri into a cosmic graveyard? I'm not sure. I think maybe some sort of life form, but big, massive, something that would need an enormous amount of energy to survive. I thought about Roberts and how some part of her remained on that operating table. The way her skin moved and folded, she had either become invisible or assimilated somehow by this entity. This was the most puzzling of all. What had consumed her? What exactly was this thing made of? Normal baryonic matter seemed unlikely. What were the alternatives? The way it had reacted to the electric prod had been telling. I thought of more exotic forms of matter, such as dark matter and antimatter. We've never observed them before, and don't know if they even exist. But if they did exist, and there was enough of it gathered in one place, then there's no telling what could happen. Life sprung from literal hellfire during the early days of Earth. What would stop life from arising from the cold and empty tomb of space? It doesn't matter what it is. Not anymore, I said dejectedly. It was the hard truth, but the truth nonetheless. We sat in silence once more. I'm not sure for how long. Maybe a minute, maybe an hour. The ship's computer, which had comically been the bearer of bad news, had one last omen of bad fortune to give us, and immediately caught our attention. Attention, abnormal gravitational anomaly detected. I jumped up and made my way to the window, standing as close as I could. I searched. It didn't take long to find it. From afar, space and light from the stars began to warp in odd, undefinable ways. It seemed like the very fabric of space and time was folding and unfolding, twisting the constellations into something unrecognizable. The Arkham was positioned roughly 2 light minutes away, giving us plenty of space to watch the scene unfold safely, relatively speaking, but close enough for us to get a full view of Proxima Centauri's final fate. There are some events that defy explanation. No words invented by mankind could ever sum up the fear, horror, and pure existential dread witnessing that behemoth devour the red dwarf. I'm sure that, no matter how long I live, every time I close my eyes, that haunting image will be there, waiting for me. As the mass got closer, I could see small strands of superheated plasma begin to break away from the red dwarf. I watched in a mix of awe and horror as this monster of the universe began to cannibalize the last member of the Centauri system. The entire scene would have looked spectacular had it not been so nightmarish. Weaver was standing next to me, and all I wanted at that moment was another human to hold, to connect to protect me. Almost on instinct, I reached for his hand and wrapped my fingers around his. He didn't resist. In fact, he gripped my hand in his own. God Almighty! I'd never been a religious person myself, but Weaver's words seemed more than appropriate. We have to do something, I said, though I knew it was futile. As small and insignificant as we were, what could we do to fight against this gigantic leviathan? There was no force of nature we could harness that would stand a chance at annihilating this thing. Nothing. Outside of a black hole. I had completely forgotten about the engine room. It was a lifetime away, even though it couldn't have been more than a few hours ago. I know what we have to do, I said plainly, my mind now racing to formulate a plan. I explained the engine room black hole generator and how it was what powered the warp drive. If we could pilot the ship into Proxima Centauri and breach the event horizon, that would result in an enormous explosion that should tear apart whatever it is. I was giddy as the plan began to unfold. We might actually have a chance at saving ourselves and potentially everyone back on Earth. Can we remote pilot the ship from the shuttle? Weaver asked. And just like that, my moment of glory had already collapsed, and I could feel the color drain from my face. The communication systems aboard the Arkham had never been fixed, and now it was too late to attempt any repairs. We can't, not from the shuttle. We have to pilot the ship manually, which means Weaver cut me off and finished my sentence himself. One of us will have to stay behind. Of course, there was always a catch, a price to be paid. My search for the ultimate questions of the universe was what led me here, and now it was only fitting that I be the one to stay behind and witness the end of my journey. You go in the shuttle. I'll stay behind, I offered selflessly. There was no hesitation. So many of my questions had been answered, and though so many remained, I no longer wanted the answers. No, you have to go. I expect him to say that. I was just about to refute him, but he stopped me. He grabbed my shoulders softly and looked deep beyond my eyes into one last time at Dr. Bigham's creation. I still didn't know how he created the black hole engine and had no idea where to start. I could only hope and pray I would live long enough to find out. I began activating the engine and particle accelerator, then charted a path far out into the Proxima system. I couldn't leave without making sure Weaver had succeeded. The titanic gravitational pull from before was much less intense given the smaller size of the shuttle, but still strong. Piloting had not been my strongest area of training, but I handled the shuttle easily enough, much to my astonishment. When the jump drive disengaged, I turned the ship back around to face Proxima Centauri, which was now little more than a fuzzy red dot in the distance. The distortions from the entity and lensing effect could still be seen as well, only on a much smaller scale. I waited, and waited, and waited. After a few minutes, I began to fear something had happened to the ship and was ready to drive straight into the star myself. But then, it happened. Without any warning, an enormous burst of light shined like 1,000 burning suns. I shielded my eyes as best as I could and waited. There was no sound, no vibrations. I was much too far away to feel anything. But as the light faded, I was finally able to see it happen. The black hole was now sucking the entire mass of Proxima Centauri into the event horizon, and from the looks of it, the entity as well. The space and time distortion spiked for just a second before warping inwards and towards the singularity. The rest of the red dwarf began to spread around into a bright accretion disk. Before now, Proxima had never been visible to the naked eye. But within 4 years, it would be one of the brightest objects in the night sky. I waited for what must have been hours. I had to be sure. I needed to be certain it was dead. Nothing emerged. No more distortions. No detection of the anomaly. As far as I could tell, it had crossed the inner horizon and was now being shredded to its most basic particles around the singularity. It was only after I was certain it was gone that I felt the first sign of relief since I had woken up. They say in space, no one can hear you scream. Though I'm sure if you were listening, you could have heard me crying. I sobbed, screamed, cursed, yelled. It came out all at once. The floodgates opened, and I couldn't close them. Afterwards, I sat in the cockpit and just stared out into space. Since I was a kid, I'd always seen it as the final frontier. A never-ending fountain of questions, just waiting to be solved. But now, I know the truth. Some things aren't meant to be discovered. Some questions are better left unanswered. After wiping the last tears from my face, I began plotting my course back to Seoul. Before I was about to engage the autopilot, I thought of the mammoth journey that lay ahead of me. There were 1,000 things that could go wrong. What if this shuttle had been damaged somehow during the assault? What if I died in hypersleep like Dr. Bigham? I couldn't risk not leaving behind a record of these events to show the people of Earth what Weaver, Roberts, Torrance, Sidney, Stanton, and Dr. Bigham gave to protect them. It will be my greatest failure should this message not reach you. I'm broadcasting on all radio frequencies and sending this message through all channels. My only hope is that someone, somewhere back on Earth, finds this before they find you. My name is Damian Blair, junior astrophysicist and the last survivor of the space research vehicle, Arkham. And I'm coming home.